Chapter 44-48. At the same time. In front of the entrance of a valley. 4 figures stood side by side. The entrance of this valley was very narrow. It looked like a skull, like a devil bearing its fangs, waiting for its prey to come to its door. The 4 were Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the mysterious young man, and the sea lion king. This is the myriad demons valley that the inner demons mentioned. The white-eyed wolf scanned the valley. Apart from the terrifying appearance of the entrance, there was nothing different inside. Just like other places, there were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. Let's split up here, the mysterious young man said. Huh? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf turned to look at the mysterious young man. They were caught off guard. Why did he want to leave again? After all, they entered the divine kingdom together. Couldn't they share weal and woe together? Don't flatter yourself. Although I agreed to come to the divine kingdom with you, I didn't say that I would help you deal with the divine kingdom. I'm just a wild crane, free and unrestrained. No one can tie me down. The mysterious young man looked at the two and yawned. When the sea lion king heard this, he was about to cry. He envied this young man's life. Unlike him, he was dragged onto this pirate ship and couldn't escape even if he wanted to. No. He didn't dare to run now. Because once he left Qin Feiyang and the others, he would die in the hands of the Death God Army. Now, the Death God Army was not only tracking Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King. They were also hunting him, the traitor. Traitor, he was really wronged. To put it in layman's terms, he was forced to become a prostitute. What's the situation? The mysterious young man looked at the Sea Lion King. Big brother, you are Qin Feiyang's ancestor, right? Please save me. I really don't want to fool around with them. I'm still young, and I haven't had enough fun. The Sea Lion Beast King looked at the mysterious young man with a look of despair and grief. The young man was stunned. Why was he so pitiful? To think that I'm a talented man with a great future, how can I go astray like this? Big brother, you are my big brother. The Sea Lion Demon King hugged the young man's leg with tears and snot running down his face. Qin Feiyang and the ingrates' mouths twitched. Astray? Big brother? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. He kicked the Sea Lion Demon King away and said angrily, "Don't get your snot and saliva on me." The youth was speechless to the extreme. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, "How deranged are the two of you to actually force a fiend king into such a state? I think he is going crazy. Who forced him? It's obvious that he's too weak. Besides, if we didn't show mercy, he would be like the other monster kings, deprived of his ultimate meaning and suppressed in the soul-sealing valley." The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang looked at the Sea Lion King with a dark face. "Don't ruin our reputation. We have already given you your freedom. It's you who refused to leave. Do I dare to leave? You've already forced me to this point." Neptune looked aggrieved. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain and said to the young man, "See? He's the one who's useless." The young man's mouth twitched. He really sympathized with the Monster King's experience. In fact, this was the reason why he had been keeping a distance from Qin Feiyang and the others. Nothing good would come out of hanging out with these guys. Take your time and enjoy it. The young man gloated at the Sea Lion King and turned to leave without looking back. Suddenly, he said, "You two, stop messing around. I really don't have much origin power left." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf rolled their eyes when they heard this. He had said the same thing back in the Voidlands. At that time, the young man said that there was only one origin power, but what happened? He revealed his origin power again and again, and this time, he revealed a large amount of origin power. So, the young man's words were just farts. If you believed him, you would be really stupid. Big brother, don't go. The Sea Lion King stretched out his hand and looked at the young man's back, shouting in despair. How was this enjoyment? Separation was torture. Still pretending. The white-eyed wolf's veins bulged as he stepped forward and kicked. The word shameless was a perfect match for this guy. The Sea Lion King quickly jumped up and dodged the white-eyed wolf's kick, laughing dryly. "Isn't this too boring? So I found some fun for myself. But then again, "Boss Qin, this ancestor of yours seems to be a bit cold to you." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. What ancestor? There was no way to find the relationship between them. Then, he raised his head and looked at the Thousand Devils Valley. Forbidden area? Was it that scary? However, there was indeed no living creature in the valley. It was as silent as death. The Sea Lion King looked at the Thousand Devils Valley and said seriously, "I know about the Thousand Devils Valley, we'd better not go in." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. It is said that the Thousand Devils Valley is shrouded in an evil force all year round. These evil forces are invisible and colorless, invisible to the naked eye. From the outside of the Thousand Devils Valley, there is no abnormality at all. But when you enter the Thousand Devils Valley, you will find that the evil forces are everywhere. The Sea Lion King said. Evil forces? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. No wonder the inner demons said that this would be a lunatic's paradise. The lunatic was the god of all evil, controlling all the evil in the world. The evil forces here, how scary is it? The white-eyed wolf looked at the Sea Lion King curiously. Very scary. Even a Paragon Dominator realm expert can be swallowed in minutes. Even an expert with the will of the heavens will be destroyed if they stay in the Thousand Devils Valley for a long time. The Sea Lion King said. So powerful? Go in and try. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Huh! The Sea Lion King was shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back, saying angrily, "Why don't you go in? You are our little follower, if there is danger, you will definitely go first." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Even a little follower has dignity, okay? The Sea Lion King said angrily. Do you want dignity? Or do you want your life? Choose for yourself. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth, his eyes full of a smirk. The Sea Lion King flew into a rage. On what basis? Should a little follower take the risk? No. When did this king become their little follower? Don't lead me astray. I'm about to go astray. Hurry up. The ingrate grabbed the Sea Lion Demon King's arm and threw him in when he was unprepared. Bastard. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. At that moment, the Sea Lion Demon King roared in horror and landed in the canyon. Little Qinzi, why are these beasts with you all like this? No wonder people say that birds of a feather flock together. The white-eyed wolf despised him. You are talking about yourself, right? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched non-stop. It was true. None of them made him worry. Whoosh. Not long after, the Sea Lion King hurriedly ran out again, his face full of fear. And as soon as he came out, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, urging the power of law to refine the evil power in his body. Is it that exaggerated? Qin Feiyang and the Sea Lion King looked at each other and also tentatively stepped out of the Myriad Demons Valley. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped into the Myriad Demons Valley, they felt an extremely terrifying evil power surging from all directions. And it was pervasive, gradually drilling into their bodies, crazily devouring their divine power, soul, and power of law. Even their flesh and blood were rotting away. Making a prompt decision, Qin Feiyang activated the power of law to refine the evil power in his body. However, he was shocked to find that even the power of law that contained the will of heaven was difficult to refine. That's right. Although he could refine it, the speed was quite slow. This was the same situation as what he encountered in the Valley of the Underworld King's Hell. But one had to know. The current Qin Feiyang was no longer the same as before. Not to mention the evil power of the Underworld King's Hell, even the Yin Demon power of the Yin Demon Land was no longer a threat to him. After all, he now controlled two wills of heaven. However, at this moment, the evil power of the Myriad Demons Valley could bring him such a great sense of crisis. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the evil power here was. It's nothing. Suddenly, a very annoying voice sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the white-eyed wolf and saw that the white-eyed wolf was no longer as shocked as before, and his face was indifferent. What the hell? This made Qin Feiyang stunned. The Sea Lion King, who was sitting cross-legged outside, looked at this scene and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Why was this golden-winged wolf king not affected? It must be fake. Sure enough, the evil power in the world is no threat to me. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and quickly left the myriad demons valley, using the power of life and death to refine the evil power in his body. Don't say it. This was different. The power of the law of life and death was several times stronger than the power of the strongest law. Boss Qin, what's going on? Why is he not afraid of the evil power here? The Sea Lion King looked at the high-spirited and proud white-eyed wolf in the valley, his face full of surprise. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The white-eyed wolf had never been very interested in the evil power. In the past, in the Underworld King's Hell, and later in the Yin Demon Land, it didn't affect him much. Monster! The Sea Lion King exclaimed. Not long after, Qin Feiyang also refined the evil power in his body. Looking at the Sea Lion King who was still refining, he was speechless. Your speed is too slow. Do you think everyone is like you? Each and every one of you is abnormal. The Sea Lion King looked unhappy. This myriad demons valley was indeed a forbidden area. Judging from the current situation, even if he mastered the will of the heavens, he could only stay in the myriad demons valley for half an hour at most. Once half an hour was up, if he didn't leave the myriad demons valley, he would definitely die. Chapter 44-49. Do you want me to help you? The white-eyed wolf walked out proudly and looked at the Sea Lion Demon King. No. The Sea Lion Demon King shook his head. As a demon king, he must have a backbone. Haha, not bad, very ambitious. The white-eyed wolf laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, Little Madman should have almost recovered. That depends on whether he went to find my wife. Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman was seriously injured this time. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but even his divine soul was only left with a wisp. If he relied on himself to repair it, it would definitely be impossible without hundreds of thousands of years. But it was different with the Eye of Life. It could be done in minutes. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf turned to look at the mountains behind him, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and immediately released his divine sense, shrouding the endless mountains and rivers. At that moment, everything was clear in his eyes. At this moment, there were many fierce beasts lurking in the dark, staring at them. There was even a beast in human form that had already taken out a sound transmission stone and was sending messages. Not good, they have found us, run. Feeling Qin Feiyang's divine sense, a burly man hiding on the top of a mountain roared. This burly man was also a beast in human form. Following the burly man's roar, the nearby ferocious beasts immediately fled in fear. Sure enough, everyone in the Central Dynasty, every beast is the Emperor's spy. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Then do we still have to enter the Thousand Devil Valley? The white-eyed wolf frowned. If they entered the Thousand Devil Valley now, the Emperor would definitely lead the Death God army to encircle the Thousand Devil Valley. One had to know. The Emperor had the origin power in his hands. Others might be afraid of the evil power of the Thousand Devil Valley, but the Emperor was definitely not afraid. At that time, they would definitely be surrounded again. And it might be even more terrifying than when they were in Hanzhong City. Because Dong Qingyuan must have already brought the other teams back to support. I can't hide in the myriad demons valley any longer. Let's find a place to change our appearance first. As long as no one sees our changed appearances, they won't be able to recognize us even if we stand in front of them. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned around to look at the myriad Devil's Valley. He smiled and said, but this place is really not bad. If Senior Brother can absorb all the evil energy here, the all-evil sword will definitely grow to a terrifying level. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The power of the all-evil sword depended on how much evil energy it could absorb. In fact, it was just like Qin Feiyang's slaughter domain. The more blood it absorbed, the stronger the slaughter domain became. However, Qin Feiyang had not activated the slaughter domain for a long time, so much so that the people of the Divine Kingdom did not know that he had such a trick up his sleeve. But now, where they were going had really become the key. After all, they didn't know much about the Central Dynasty. Isn't the most dangerous place the safest place? We might as well go to Green Wind City. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and he laughed. Green Wind City. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Let's go find Ji Xiaowu and see if he has lived up to Little Madman's expectations. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, that's a good idea. When the time comes, we can pretend to be that kid's consecrator. Maybe we will have a chance to get close to Dong Hanzong. Then let's do that. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and opened a space-time tunnel. Green Wind City. City Lord's mansion, backyard. In a pavilion. A space-time tunnel appeared in the hall. Qin Feiyang and the other two walked out silently. This backyard was usually used to entertain VIPs, so it was usually empty. The Sea Lion King looked at the white-eyed wolf with a bitter face and said, Boss Wolf, you should help me absorb the evil energy in my body. Don't you have a backbone? The white-eyed wolf sneered. In front of the two bosses, what's the point of having a backbone? The Sea Lion King smiled flatteringly. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. His skin was really thick. He then raised his hand and grabbed the Sea Lion King's arm. At that moment, the white-eyed wolf's palm seemed to have turned into a man-eating monster. The evil energy in the Sea Lion King's body immediately rushed into his palm. In just a few blinks of the eye, the evil energy in the Sea Lion King's body was completely absorbed. The Sea Lion King's body became light and finally got rid of this embarrassing situation. He also sincerely admired the white-eyed wolf's methods. Such a terrifying evil energy was absorbed into his body, but nothing happened to him at all. If this was not a monster, then what was it? Change your appearance. Qin Feiyang took out 3 illusory form pills. Qin Feiyang turned into a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was 2 meters tall and looked a little fierce. The white-eyed wolf turned into a gentle middle-aged man. It was completely different from his previous temperament. As for the Sea Lion King, he turned into a blonde old man with a ruddy face and full of energy. I say, why don't you just leave? Look at you now, even I can't recognize your real body. Qin Feiyang looked at the Sea Lion Beast King and said with a smile. No. It's impossible for me to maintain this appearance for the rest of my life. The Sea Lion King shook his head. To a demon king, changing his appearance and concealing his identity was a humiliation. Didn't you know that? Are you planning to rely on us for the rest of your life? The white-eyed wolf's face was dark. Who kept clamoring to leave? Now that he had a chance, he actually didn't want to leave. This king is a monster king with a conscience. You gave me 2 inheritances, so I must repay your kindness. The Sea Lion King said in a serious tone. You win. The white-eyed wolf was powerless. In terms of face, he really couldn't win against this person. I really didn't expect that our young city lord would directly become the city lord of Greenwind City. It's really difficult to be young. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from outside. Huh! Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were taken aback. Ji Xiaowu had already become the city lord of Greenwind City. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. It was not the footsteps of a person. Moreover, they seemed to have come for their loft. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he activated the concealment technique. The 3 left and hid in the void. Soon, the door was pushed open, and 3 maids came in one after another. It turned out that they were here to clean the courtyard regularly. A place like this to entertain distinguished guests indeed needs to be cleaned frequently because you don't know when there will be distinguished guests coming, so you must always keep it clean and tidy. One of the maids walked to the tea table and carefully wiped it. She sighed and said, Young city lord is indeed very capable and treats us servants very well. But I can't figure out why those 10 consecrators came back. I've been wondering about this too. I heard that after offending Dong Tianxiang, these 10 consecrators were afraid that Dong Hanzong would come to trouble them, so they all ran away. But now, the old city lord is dead, and they came back. The point is, these 10 people have done such a terrible thing, but the young city lord still accepts them. I really can't figure out what the young city lord is doing. People like them who are greedy for life and afraid of death should be driven out directly. Another maid chimed in. Those 10 consecrators left. No wonder I didn't see them outside the Star River. The white-eyed wolf muttered. That's not the point. The point is, they are back now. And Ji Xiaowu even accepted them. There is a problem here. But it seems that Ji Xiaowu has a good reputation. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Alas! Suddenly, the third maid sighed, focusing on the work in her hands, and said, "You don't understand. The young city lord's father and grandfather were both killed, and the young city lord's cultivation is too weak, so he needs someone to assist him." That's true. It's the young city lord's bad luck. Why did he meet Qin Feiyang and the others? Not only did he lose his family, but he also offended Dong Hanzong. If it weren't for the young city lord being so good to us, I might have left the city lord's mansion by now. The two maids said. Now the whole city is searching for Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, and Sea Lion Demon King. Even if we leave the city lord's mansion, we may not be safe. The three maids seemed to be chatting, completely unaware of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Let's go find Ji Xiaowu. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, and then he left the attic silently with the white-eyed wolf and Sea Lion Demon King. After a while, they found Ji Xiaowu's residence. It was not far from the backyard, which was also an independent courtyard. Outside the courtyard, there were 4 guards, standing upright, protecting Ji Xiaowu's safety. At this moment, Ji Xiaowu was sitting alone in the pavilion in the courtyard, with more than a dozen empty wine jars scattered on the ground. He was lying on the stone table, reeking of alcohol, and holding a wine jar in his hand, looking extremely dispirited. What's going on? He's dead drunk. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Shouldn't he be very happy to become the city lord at such a young age? Facing the sadness of the death of his family, what's the joy of becoming the city lord? Sea Lion Demon King shook his head and sighed. No. This Ji Xiaowu is a relatively strong and responsible person. Since he has become the city lord of Green Wind City, he will definitely do his best. Even if there is sadness in his heart, he will try his best to suppress it. In other words, he can't be drunk here because of the death of Ji Daxiong and Ji Changming. Look at his eyes carefully. He is now like a walking corpse that has lost his vitality and hope. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. There must be something fishy about this. When the white-eyed wolf and Sea Lion Demon King heard this, they carefully looked at Ji Xiaowu's eyes and found that it was true. Despair, helplessness, and dead silence. This was completely different from the Ji Xiaowu they first saw. The 3 of them looked at each other, quietly entered the pavilion, and looked at Ji Xiaowu up close. Not only did he reek of alcohol, but his hair was also a mess, and there was no vitality at all. He was like a living corpse. Chapter 4450. After a while, Ji Xiaowu finally moved. He looked at the empty jar in his hand and shouted, "There's no more wine. Give me wine, young city lord, you can't drink anymore." The guard outside the yard turned to look at Ji Xiaowu and advised him with concern. "Give it to me, I want wine, I want wine, are you not going to listen to me as well? Hurry up and hand it over to me," Ji Xiaowu roared weakly. Even his words were incoherent and unclear. The 4 guards looked at each other and sighed. One of them came in, took out a jar of wine, and handed it to Ji Xiaowu, saying, "Young city lord, this jar is finished. You can't drink anymore. It's none of your business." Ji Xiaowu snatched the jug of wine and pushed the guard away forcefully. Then, he began to drink from time to time. Alas! The guard sighed and turned to leave. What a sin! How could the young city lord become like this? If he went on like this, he would be crippled. Stop drinking. Qin Feiyang frowned and transmitted his voice. "I want to drink. Leave me alone," Ji Xiaowu roared. The sudden roar did not attract the attention of the 4 guards. Because this kind of thing had happened many times these days, they just thought that Ji Xiaowu was drunk. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Since the 4 guards were guarding by the side, he could not show his face directly, so he transmitted his voice patiently, "I'm Qin Feiyang. Stop drinking. You're Qin Feiyang? Or I'm Qin Feiyang's father." Ji Xiaowu was completely drunk. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. The 4 guards also looked at each other. Today, The young city lord was even more drunk than before. He even dared to say that he was Qin Feiyang's father. If Qin Feiyang himself were to hear this, how would he react? They did not know that Qin Feiyang was here. Little Qin Zi, when did you recognize another father? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. What was he doing? The sea lion demon king was hiding nearby and snickering. Qin Feiyang looked at Ji Xiaowu and suddenly shouted, "Wake up!" This voice, like thunder, exploded in Ji Xiaowu's mind. Immediately, he shivered and looked around, his eyes full of confusion. Who was talking to him? Now you're awake. I'm standing right next to you. Don't overreact. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Beside me. Ji Xiaowu looked at the empty space beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. Wait. This voice, suddenly. His gaze trembled, and the remaining drunkenness disappeared. This was really Qin Feiyang's voice. Previously, he still thought that he was dreaming. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "Send the 4 guards away first." Only by sending them away could it be easier to talk. Hearing this, Ji Xiaowu hurriedly put down the wine jar, turned to look at the 4 guards, and said, "You guys go down first." Huh. The 4 guards turned to look at Ji Xiaowu in a daze. Was he talking to them? Go down first. I want to be alone. Ji Xiaowu sighed. He also knew that these guards were concerned about him and worried about him. But, the 4 of them hesitated. I'm fine. I also promise you that I won't drink anymore. Ji Xiaowu smiled. Looking at this long-lost smiling face, the 4 of them were overjoyed. Go. Ji Xiaowu waved his hand. Yes. The 4 of them nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Ji Xiaowu suddenly said, in addition, during this time, don't let anyone disturb me. Okay. The 4 of them nodded again. After the 4 of them left, Ji Xiaowu looked at the void beside him, stood up and looked at his embarrassed appearance, and said with a wry smile, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, let's talk in the house. Okay. Ji Xiaowu nodded and turned to walk into the attic. After Ji Xiaowu closed the door, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 finally came out of their invisible state. You guys. Ji Xiaowu looked at the 3 of them in a daze. It's definitely not convenient for us to show our true faces now. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. Ji Xiaowu nodded and pointed to the chair next to him. Sit. Facing Qin Feiyang and the other 2, there was no fear in his expression. He was very calm, as if he had seen through life and death. You're not afraid of us? White-eyed Wolf was surprised. Afraid? What's the use of being afraid? If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Besides, if you really want to harm me, with your strength, you can just kill me directly. Why did you have to wake me up secretly? Ji Xiaowu shook his head. You have a good state of mind. It seemed that little Crazy was right. He was a talent. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have such a mentality. Ji Xiaowu shook his head again. Sitting in front of the tea table, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and asked, tea or wine? Wine. Can you still drink now? White-eyed Wolf looked at him jokingly. I can't drink anymore. Ji Xiaowu smiled bitterly. His current mentality could be said to be due to Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Because of the death of his father and grandfather, because of the betrayal of the 10 consecrated masters, his mentality changed all of a sudden. Soon. In the hall, there was a wisp of tea fragrance. Why did the 3 of you come to Green Wind City? Don't you know that you're being searched everywhere now? Ji Xiaowu poured the tea and asked. Of course I know. But what does it matter? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ji Xiaowu was stunned. As expected of Qin Feiyang, who shocked the 4 continents. In the face of the search of the Death God army, he could still be so calm. It seemed that he had to continue to learn from this person. Let's talk about you first. Why did you suddenly become so decadent? Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and asked while drinking tea. Ji Xiaowu suddenly fell silent. A trace of pain and anger that could not be dissipated crawled up his face. His current state has nothing to do with us. Qin Feiyang glanced at Ji Xiaowu and transmitted his voice. Are you sure? The Sea Lion Demon King was stunned. Because I didn't feel his killing intent towards us. Qin Feiyang secretly said. This. The Sea Lion Demon King was stunned. This person could even feel the other party's killing intent. What kind of person was this? Shouldn't there be a limit to how ridiculous he was? After a long time, Ji Xiaowu looked up at the three of them and sighed. You may think that I became like this because of the death of my father and grandfather. The three of them were silent. In fact, it's not just you guys. The entire City Lord's mansion thought that I was too sad because of the death of my father and grandfather. But in fact, that's not the case. The death of my father and grandfather did make me very sad, but the cause of the whole thing was because of them. They were in the wrong first, so I can't blame anyone. The reason why I'm like this is because I feel sorry for myself. I'm also the young City Lord, but now, I don't even have the ability to protect the maids and guards below, so I'm very desperate and can only get drunk alone. Ji Xiaowu said painfully. His face was distorted because of the pain. Protect the maids and guards. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Yes. They believed in me so much and supported me, but I could only watch helplessly as they fell into the abyss of suffering. I could only watch her die in front of my eyes, and the only thing I could do was to find a place to bury her body. Ji Xiaowu clenched his hands, and there was a trace of hostility between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang realized that this person's character was being distorted. This may be a good thing because it could allow him to grow, but it could also be a bad thing because it would make him become a ruthless and heartless person. What's the matter? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Originally, after you left, I was going to dismiss the City Lord's mansion's people and let them take some resources and go home to live a normal life. And I was also going to leave Greenwind City and concentrate on cultivation. Because I was worried that Dong Hanzong would come to Greenwind City for revenge and implicate them. But at this moment, Ji Xiaowu's eyes surged with killing intent as he said in a deep voice, those 10 damned consecrators came back. Not only did they kill my maid in front of me, but they also threatened me with the lives of everyone in the City Lord's mansion. They wanted me to become the City Lord of Greenwind City and become their puppet. What? The Sea Lion Beast King suddenly stood up and said angrily, this is too much. If I don't agree to it, they'll massacre everyone. Furthermore, they'll threaten to frame you all. I really had no choice but to agree and become their puppet. That's why I'm so desperate. Ji Xiaowu sighed. So that's how it is. They want to frame us. They are courting death. The white-eyed wolf sneered, and his eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. I don't care who they frame, I only care about everyone's life and death. These days, I'm really going to collapse. The more everyone cares about me, the more I feel sorry for them. I really don't have the face to be their young city lord. Ji Xiaowu growled. Looking at Ji Xiaowu, who was blaming himself and feeling guilty, Qin Feiyang's face gradually revealed a trace of a smile. Senior brother Crazy was indeed right. This young man was very good. It was a pity that he was from the Central Dynasty. Otherwise, he could really be trained well and would definitely become a great person in the future. Do you really want to protect everyone? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Ji Xiaowu nodded without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, I can help you, but in return, you have to help hide our identity. Huh? Ji Xiaowu raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. This person was actually willing to help him. One had to know. This person was a mortal enemy of the Central Dynasty. As a member of the Central Dynasty, shouldn't he kill him? Moreover, with his strength and ability, how could he help hide the identity of these people? He couldn't do it at all, okay? I don't need you to do anything. When the time comes, you just have to announce to the public that we were hired by you at a high price. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's it. Ji Xiaowu was stunned and couldn't believe it. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Don't tell me you have other schemes. Ji Xiaowu was stunned. He didn't believe that there was such a good thing in this world. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. How could there be so many schemes in this world? Chapter 4451. Is there really no conspiracy? Ji Xiaowu asked cautiously. White-Eyed Wolf said with a dark face, do you think a small character like you is worthy of our conspiracy? Hearing this, Ji Xiaowu smiled awkwardly. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was an indisputable fact. With his ability and strength, he was not qualified to be schemed against by these people. I think this kid doesn't trust us, then let's just go, Sea Lion Demon King said lightly. Don't go. I trust you, absolutely. Ji Xiaowu hurriedly pulled Sea Lion Demon King and refused to let go. Now, these people were his only savior. He couldn't just miss it. Although he was somewhat conflicted because of the death of his father and grandfather, there was nothing he could do about it. It was natural for him to be conflicted. After all, Ji Daxiong and Ji Changming died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. On the other hand, if he could be indifferent in the face of the enemy who killed his father, it proved that he was a ruthless and indifferent person. Qin Feiyang might not help such a person. I think you should think about it seriously. If one day, our identity is accidentally exposed, you will inevitably be implicated. At that time, it will be a situation of 9 deaths. Qin Feiyang said. Ji Xiaowu pondered for a while, clenched his hands and said firmly, as long as I can protect everyone, I don't care. Looking at such a determined Ji Xiaowu, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but show admiration in their eyes. Get out of here. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Master, you really can't go. The young city lord said that he wants to be alone and doesn't want to see anyone. A few more anxious voices sounded. These anxious voices were from the 4 guards. Oh no, they're here. Ji Xiaowu looked at the closed door, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, isn't that good? So that we don't have to invite them in person. Do you want to kill them now? Ji Xiaowu was surprised. Or do you want to keep them until the new year? The White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. Ha, Ji Xiaowu laughed dryly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Ji Xiaowu and said, when they come over, send the guards away. This will make it easier for us to make our move. All right. Ji Xiaowu nodded. Whoosh. Immediately, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 entered stealth mode again. Because now, the concealment technique could be activated twice a day, and the duration had been extended. It was much more convenient than before. Just you wait, it's almost time for you to die. Ji Xiaowu clenched his fists and stared at the door with a sinister smile. Then, he put away the teacups and teapot on the table and went to open the door. He saw 2 consecrators striding in. The 4 guards couldn't stop them at all. Not only was he unable to stop Zhong Xian, he even seemed to have been taught a lesson. There was a blood-red palm print on his face. Why are there only 2? Seeing this, Ji Xiaowu frowned. He thought that the 10 consecrators were all here. Young city lord, I'm sorry, we couldn't stop them. The 4 guards took the lead and ran over, their faces full of self-blame. I'm the one who should be sorry. You were bullied by them again. Looking at the palm print on their faces, Ji Xiaowu felt extremely guilty. Young city lord, you don't have to say that. The 4 of them hurriedly waved their hands. In the city lord mansion, only the young city lord treated them as humans. Even Ji Zhongming and Ji Daxiong in the past were just dogs in their eyes when they looked at them. We'll be free soon. You guys go and help me do something. Seeing that the 2 consecrators hadn't come over, Ji Xiaowu's eyes flashed with killing intent and he transmitted his voice to the 4 guards. Free. The 4 of them were slightly stunned and secretly said, what is it? Ji Xiaowu said, invite the other 8 consecrators over. Tell them that I have something important to discuss with them and ask them to come quickly. Also, after informing them, you guys don't have to come together. We're not coming. Then can you face the 10 of them alone? The 4 of them were bewildered. Yes. Don't worry. Ji Xiaowu's tone was full of confidence. All right. The 4 of them secretly replied and then turned around and left silently. Consecrators, I'm really sorry. These servants are too insensible. Subsequently, Ji Xiaowu greeted the 2 consecrators with an apologetic smile on his face. They are indeed insensible. When you have time, You have to educate them properly. They even dare to stop us. Aren't they courting death? The two of them sneered. Yes, yes, yes. Ji Xiaowu nodded his head and led the two of them into the hall of the attic. He pointed to the chairs beside him and said, "Please take a seat." The two of them walked over and sat beside the tea table. They coldly looked at Ji Xiaowu and sneered, "I heard that you've been drunk every day for the past few days. Is it because of us?" "No, no. I'm upset because of the death of grandfather and father." Ji Xiaowu respectfully stood opposite the two of them, his expression full of sadness. "I thought it was because of us. It turns out that it's because of their deaths. The dead can't be revived. Don't torture yourself like this. After all, your life is no longer yours, but ours." The two of them laughed proudly. "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing Ji Xiaowu nodding his head repeatedly with a flattering expression on his face, the two of them were very satisfied. One of them said, "We'll go find Dong Hanzong tomorrow. Prepare a decent gift for you." "Go tomorrow?" Ji Xiaowu was surprised. "Yes. I heard that the destroyed Hanzong city has already been rebuilt. Dong Hanzong seems to be in Hanzong city too." The two consecrators said. "So fast. But I also heard that Dong Hanzong's body was destroyed by Qin Feiyang and the others. It's impossible to rebuild it so quickly. Isn't it too early to go tomorrow?" Ji Xiaowu was a little hesitant. "Do you really think that we can see Dong Hanzong in person?" "Who is he?" "The leader of the 5 peerless geniuses of our central dynasty. He is deeply trusted by the emperor. How can he personally come to meet small figures like us? Tomorrow, we'll go to Hanzong City mainly to find the Deputy City Lord. This Deputy City Lord is Dong Hanzong's confidant. As long as we can curry favor with him and get his support, then we won't be in any danger." The two said. "So that's how it is. I knew it. No matter what kind of gift I prepare, it won't be able to get into Dong Hanzong's eyes." Ji Xiaowu smiled embarrassedly. "There's one more thing. Tomorrow, only the 3 of us will go to Hanzong City." The two consecrators' eyes flickered. "Only the 3 of us? What about the 8 consecrators?" Ji Xiaowu was surprised. The two said, "This is what we're going to tell you next. You must not let them know that you're going to Hanzong City tomorrow." "Why?" Ji Xiaowu was puzzled. Why did they have to hide it from the other 8? "Don't worry about that. Just do as we say. When the time comes, we guarantee that you won't be short of benefits." The two consecrators smiled indifferently. "Okay." Ji Xiaowu nodded. His mind was full of doubts. Isn't that simple? These 2 people are simply trying to abandon the other 8 people and curry favor with Hanzong City's Vice City Lord alone. When the time comes, once they get the support of the Deputy City Lord, they'll definitely leave and kill the other 8. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded in Ji Xiaowu's mind. "What? Kill the other 8? Ji Xiaowu was secretly shocked. This is a person's desire and ambition. These 10 people look very friendly and united on the surface, but in fact, they all have ulterior motives. It's simple. These 2 just want to get rid of the other 8 and take over the power alone." Qin Feiyang secretly explained. "This is too ruthless." Ji Xiaowu was shocked. "This is the way of the world. Mutual deception. Either you die or I die. Similarly, when they get rid of the other 8, your death date won't be far away." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "My death date?" Ji Xiaowu was shocked. Wasn't this an internal conflict between the 10 consecrators? How did it have anything to do with him? "You still don't understand. The reason why you're still alive now is because these 10 people don't want to submit to each other. Once those 2 get rid of the other 8 people, there will be no one else that can threaten them. As such, a puppet like you will naturally lose your value. In addition, with the support of the Deputy City Lord, they'll be able to sit firmly in the position of City Lord and Deputy City Lord of Greenwind City and control the resources of the entire Greenwind City." Qin Feiyang secretly said. After hearing these words, Ji Xiaowu couldn't help but feel a storm in his heart. This was really too terrifying. What kind of people were these? For the sake of profit and ambition, they would do anything. "Do you understand now? Although you're the city lord of Green Wind City now, sooner or later, you'll die in their hands. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. These damn things, if I don't kill them, I'm not human. The killing intent in Ji Xiaowu's heart was unprecedentedly strong. Swearing is useless, you have to have great strength. In this world, great strength is the best thing to rely on. Of course, your brain can't be too bad. If you want to sit firmly as the city lord of Green Wind City and protect the people around you, you'll need to sharpen yourself. The ingrate laughed in a mocking manner. Thank you for your guidance. Ji Xiaowu secretly said gratefully. Although these people killed his grandfather and father, in comparison, he hated these 10 consecrators more. Even. These two different kinds of hatred could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Because Qin Feiyang and the others weren't hypocrites, they were what they were. And these 10 consecrators were all sanctimonious, two-faced villains. In the blink of an eye. After telling these things, the 2 consecrators didn't intend to stay any longer. They got up and looked at Ji Xiaowu, reminding him, remember to prepare the best gift. Okay. Ji Xiaowu nodded and glanced at the door. Why weren't the other 8 people here yet? Just as the 2 of them walked out of the hall, 8 figures flew over like lightning and landed in front of the door of the pavilion. They were the other 8 consecrators. What are they doing here? The 2 consecrators were surprised. Did they hear something? Chapter 44-52. Why did you call us here in such a hurry? The 8 consecrators looked at Ji Xiaowu in confusion. What? Did you call them here? The other 2 consecrators heard this and turned to look at Ji Xiaowu and asked secretly. Ji Xiaowu did not answer the 2 of them and smiled. Since everyone is here, follow me in. I have something important to announce. After saying that, he retreated to the side. Something important? The 10 of them were suspicious and entered the hall one after another. After the 10 of them entered, Ji Xiaowu followed in and closed the door behind him. The 10 of them heard the sound of the door closing and could not help but turn to look at him in confusion. I have a piece of good news. Ji Xiaowu looked up at the 10 of them and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, the good news is that all of you are about to face a disaster. At this very moment, that laughter was exceptionally cold. Good news. Disaster? What do you mean? The 10 of them did not react to the contradictory words for a moment. But in the next moment, a barrier appeared. Immediately after, screams were heard one after another. But no one in the city lord's mansion heard these screams. Because this barrier that suddenly appeared had a soundproof effect. The people who screamed were naturally the 10 consecrators. In just an instant, there was a fist-sized hole in the lower abdomen of the 10 of them. It was penetrating from the front to the back and blood was gushing out. This sudden unforeseen event left the 10 people completely dumbfounded. What was going on? At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 walked out of the void and stood beside Ji Xiaowu. Seeing the 3 unfamiliar faces appear, the 10 of them suddenly realized what was going on. This was a trap set up by Ji Xiaowu. This is good news. Ji Xiaowu sneered. The anger and murderous intent on his face were no longer concealed. Bastard, what are you doing? How dare you send people to ambush us? Do you want to die? Even if our sea of qi is broken, our divine souls are enough to kill you. The 10 of them roared. So powerful. Even divine souls can kill us instantly. Little Qin Zi, it seems like we've encountered a strong opponent. He's probably stronger than the Emperor, Dong Qingyuan, the Dragon God, and the Kuan Peng. White-eyed Wolf had a mocking look on his face. Emperor, Dong Qingyuan, Dragon God, Kuan Peng, the 10 of them were dumbfounded. This person had named all the top figures of the central dynasty. Wait a minute. Little Qin Zi? Qin? Could it be? The 10 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in shock and bewilderment. Their eyes were gradually filled with fear. It seems that you've already thought of something. The white-eyed wolf grinned and swallowed a facial restoration pill. Very quickly, he regained his original appearance. Qin Feiyang and the Sea Lion Demon King also took a facial restoration pill. Looking at these 3 faces, the 10 people's eyes trembled and their faces turned pale. It was really them. Come on, let me see. How are you going to kill us instantly with your divine souls? The white-eyed wolf looked at the 10 of them playfully. Plop. The 10 of them were so scared that they wet their pants on the spot. They directly knelt on the ground, trembling. Didn't you say that you can kill us instantly with your divine souls? Why are you kneeling? How can this be? You're more powerful than the Emperor, Dong Qingyuan, the Dragon God, and the Kuan Peng. How can you kneel before us? Get up, get up. We're just small fries. We can't bear it. As the white-eyed wolf spoke, he reached out to help the 10 of them up. However, how could the 10 of them dare to get up? Sorry. We were blind, sirs. Please don't lower yourself to our level. Yes, we're just a few dogs. We're afraid that killing us will dirty your hands. Sirs, please let us live. Please, I beg of you. At this moment, these 10 people could only be described as scared out of their wits. As they begged for mercy, they kept kowtowing and banging their heads against the ground. Can't you kill us instantly? The white-eyed wolf looked at the 10 of them in confusion. No. We don't have the ability to do that. Compared to you, we're not even comparable to ants. Sorry, we're really sorry. We didn't know about you. Please be magnanimous and give us a chance to live. We promise that we won't reveal your whereabouts. The 10 of them waved their hands repeatedly. They were extremely panicked in their hearts. Why were the 3 of them still in Greenwind City? Why did they help Ji Xiaowu? Could it be that Ji Xiaowu suddenly became so confident because he had the support of the 3 of them? How can you be ants? You're all big shots who can kill us instantly. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. We wouldn't dare, we're really wrong. The 10 of them were about to collapse. They actually dared to say such arrogant and conceited words in front of the 3 of them. Were they not courting death? You want to live? It's not that simple. Ji Xiaowu, it's up to you. The white-eyed wolf sneered and sat in front of the coffee table, crossing his arms and watching the show. Qin Feiyang and the Sea Lion Demon King's faces were also full of ridicule. Xiaowu. No, young city lord, I'm sorry, it's all our fault. Please forgive us. We'll be your cattle and horses in the future. We'll do whatever you ask us to do. We'll never disobey your orders. Obviously, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 had put their lives in Ji Xiaowu's hands. Therefore, they immediately crawled in front of Ji Xiaowu and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Forgive. Okay, I forgive you. Ji Xiaowu gritted his teeth. Before the 10 of them had time to rejoice, Ji Xiaowu raised his arm on the spot and slapped the 10 of their faces one after another, shouting, If I forgive you, will I be able to face the maid who died in your hands? Will I be able to face the guards who were bullied by you? At this moment, he was frantically venting the anger in his heart. These days, he was going crazy from holding it in, so he was merciless when he attacked. In just a short while, the 10 of them were beyond recognition, bleeding profusely and lying on the ground on the verge of death. But for Ji Xiaowu, this was still not enough to vent his anger. He crazily punched and kicked until the 10 of them could not even cry out for mercy. Subsequently, Ji Xiaowu lay on the ground, panting. He was also tired. He was sweating profusely. But his face was full of smiles. You didn't expect that you would have this day. There is a good saying, it's not that you don't want revenge, it's just that it's not time yet. You can despair, die slowly, and repent slowly. Ji Xiaowu sneered, got up, took out a dagger, and walked towards the 10 of them. Don't kill us, the 10 of them shouted weakly. But Ji Xiaowu was like a demon god, unmoved. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang said. Huh? Ji Xiaowu was stunned, turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. They seemed to have mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest law. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. Ji Xiaowu nodded and said, they have mastered 2 ultimate profound of the strongest law. But he was puzzled. Why did Qin Feiyang suddenly ask about this? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said secretly, Brother Long, come out and help. You rascal, why are you so nosy? Long Chen responded helplessly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Long Chen immediately appeared. This is. Ji Xiaowu looked at Long Chen in surprise. Although Long Chen looked calm and there was no murderous aura on his body, Ji Xiaowu could clearly feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Long Chen looked at Ji Xiaowu, and then looked at the 10 consecrators who were lying in a pool of blood. He suddenly understood and said with a smile, "It seems that you are very satisfied with this little guy. You guessed wrong this time. It's senior brother who admires him." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Lunatic. That's really unexpected." Long Chen laughed and activated the soul control technique to control the 10 consecrators. This was a smart person. There was no need to ask anything. As long as he saw the situation, he would know what Qin Feiyang wanted to do. At the same time, it also proved that the current Long Chen understood Qin Feiyang very well. Soon, under Ji Xiaowu's incredulous gaze, the 10 consecrators obediently extracted their respective ultimate profound. There were a total of 20. Other than the Life and Death Edict and the Light and Darkness Edict, there were other ultimate profound of the strongest laws. "Thanks." Qin Feiyang smiled at Long Chen and sent Long Chen to the Black Tortoise domain. Too powerful. To be able to control others and extract their own ultimate profound. What kind of method is this? Ji Xiaowu murmured. His eyes were filled with fear. These people were indeed terrifying monsters. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 20 inheritances and looked at Ji Xiaowu and said indifferently, "You can pick 6. "What?" Ji Xiaowu looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Let him pick 6 inheritances? Did he hear it wrong? This was the ultimate profound of the strongest law. Its value was endless. For someone like him, it was impossible to get one in his lifetime. But now, Qin Feiyang actually let him pick 6. He couldn't believe it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Without powerful strength, how can you help to hide our identities?" "Are you really giving it to me?" Ji Xiaowu murmured. Pick whatever you want. Although in your eyes, the ultimate profound of the strongest law is very precious, in our eyes, it's nothing at all." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ji Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat. Even the ultimate profound of the strongest law was not in his eyes. As expected of the famous Qin Feiyang who gave the emperors headaches. How domineering. "Don't dawdle. We'll regret it later." White-eyed Wolf urged impatiently. Yes. Ji Xiaowu shuddered and hurriedly ran up to pick the space-time law, time law, death law, life law, destruction law, and devour law. Quite smart. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. The space-time law could be used to teleport, the time law could be used to set up a time array, and the life law could be used to heal injuries. These abilities were what people needed the most. "Thank you, 3 lords." Looking at the 6 inheritances in his hand, Ji Xiaowu's face was full of tears. He then knelt on the ground and thanked them gratefully. Although his father and grandfather were gone, he was still alive and had obtained the 6 inheritances. As long as he could integrate these 6 inheritances, he would be able to control the will of heaven and become a top powerhouse in this world. In the future, he would definitely reach an unprecedented peak and become an overlord. Chapter 4453. You don't have to thank us. Just don't betray us. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I won't. Not only did you help me get rid of these 10 beasts, but you also gave me the ultimate law inheritance. If I still betray you, am I still human? Even if you are the enemy of the Central Dynasty, I won't do that. On the contrary, I don't have a good impression of the Central Dynasty." Ji Xiaowu said with a face full of disgust. "Why?" This aroused the curiosity of Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "Because of the system of the Central Dynasty. The direct descendants are like the aristocrats, high and mighty. And we, the collateral descendants, are lowly commoners. Even if I am now the city lord of Green Wind City, I can only bow and bend my knees in front of the direct descendants." Ji Xiaowu snorted coldly. "I didn't expect you to have such awareness." Qin Feiyang laughed. This little guy really made people look at him in a new light again and again. After living in the Central Dynasty for so many years, if you don't even have this awareness, there is no way you can survive. Ji Xiaowu sighed. "That's true. Get rid of these 10 people. In the future, we will be your consecrators." Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, The soundproof enchantment dissipated. Okay. Ji Xiaowu nodded and looked at the 10 people who were controlled. His eyes were full of murderous intent. With a swing of his hand, the 10 people died on the spot. He kept his promise to the maid and killed the 10 people with his own hands. Men. Immediately after, he put away the inheritance and dagger, opened the door and shouted. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. They also changed their appearances once again, returning to their previous appearances. Whoosh. Very soon. 4 guards flew over. In fact, they had been not far away and paying attention to the situation here as they were worried about Ji Xiaowu. As soon as the 4 arrived and saw the corpses in the hall, they were shocked. Why are they all dead? Then they looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Their eyes were full of doubts. Who are these 3 people? Ji Xiaowu smiled and said, these 3 are the consecrators that I invited. Consecration? The 4 of them were stunned. That's right. They were good friends of my grandfather when he was alive. I specially invited them to assist me. Ji Xiaowu gave a brief introduction. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 with a questioning look, as if he was asking if it was okay for him to say this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He could say whatever he wanted as long as he could conceal his identity. Greetings to the 3 lords. The 4 guards hurriedly bowed. No need to be so polite. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Ji Xiaowu looked at the 10 people lying in the pool of blood and sneered, as for them, they deserved to die. Indeed. When our city lord's mansion was in trouble, they ran for their lives. After the crisis was resolved, they came back to abuse their power. The 4 of them nodded, their eyes filled with disgust. That's not all. Ji Xiaowu let out a sigh and finally told the truth to the 4 guards. What? Preposterous. They are too heartless. How could they treat you like this? The 4 guards were furious. It turned out that this was the reason why the young city lord was drunk. The young city lord had suffered such a great grievance in order to protect them. It's all in the past. From now on, we will unite and build Greenwind City well for the people in the city. Ji Xiaowu smiled. The 10 consecration were dead. He had also walked out of the haze, looking cheerful and gentle. Yes. The 4 of them nodded. This was the young city lord they knew. These days, he had suffered a lot. Drag the bodies of these 10 people to feed the dogs. Ji Xiaowu instructed, then led Qin Feiyang and the other 2 to fly towards the rear courtyard. Young city lord. Compared to the old city lord, he is so good. Yes. The young city lord is so good to us. We must not let him down. We swear that we will follow him even if we die. The 4 guards looked at Ji Xiaowu's back. Although he was young, he was really admirable. The Sea Lion Demon King glanced at the 4 guards and looked at Ji Xiaowu with a smile. Did you see that? Kindness is rewarded. These guards will be more loyal to you in the future. You must be joking. Ji Xiaowu scratched his head and was still a little embarrassed. Tell me the truth, why are you still so pretentious? But then again, your grandfather and father don't seem to be good people. Why are you so special? Could it be that they picked you up? The Sea Lion Demon King was curious. When Ji Xiaowu heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly. Can you not joke? How could I be picked up? I might have inherited my mother's personality. Mother! The white-eyed wolf was stunned and patted his head. Yes, I haven't seen your mother. Where is she? She. Ji Xiaowu lowered his head and clenched his hands. What? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Ji Xiaowu sighed. Actually, my father used to be very good. It was because of a big change that he became like this. There's still a secret. The white-eyed wolf and the Sea Lion Demon King looked at each other, their faces full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang glanced at Ji Xiaowu, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and the Sea Lion Demon King speechlessly, and said, I say, you guys, are you done yet? Since it's a secret, it's definitely not convenient to say it. Why do you keep asking? You're not sensible at all. Ha, the Sea Lion Demon King laughed dryly. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said disdainfully, I didn't ask you, why are you so agitated? I'm agitated. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Which eye of yours saw me agitated? He was just worried about Ji Xiaowu's mood. During the conversation, they had already arrived at the backyard. 3 lords, please stay here for now. Ji Xiaowu calmed himself down, took out 3 tokens, and handed them to the 3 of them. This is my Green Wind City's order of worship. Although with your strength, you don't need this thing, but if you want to hide your identity, it will still be very useful. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 took over the order of worship. It was the size of a baby's palm. Its entire body was pure gold. On the back, the words Green Wind City were engraved. On the front, there was nothing. Your names must be engraved on the front. I don't know what your names are now, so you can engrave it yourself. Ji Xiaowu laughed. All right. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and engraved the words Dong Da. The white-eyed wolf looked at the words on Qin Feiyang's token, chuckled, and also engraved the words Dong. Seeing this, the Sea Lion Demon King simply engraved the words Dong San. Dong Da, Dong Dong San? This is too casual. Ji Xiaowu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at Ji Xiaowu and bared his teeth. In the future, you will announce to the public that we are 3 brothers. I'll go. You really know how to take advantage of others? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Hee hee. The Sea Lion Demon King grinned. To be able to call Qin Feiyang and the Golden-Winged Wolf King brothers was also an honor. Ji Xiaowu looked at the 3 of them with a smile on his face. The Sea Lion Demon King was a famous demon king in the Kuan-Peng Sea region, an overlord. Qin Feiyang and the Golden-Winged Wolf King were even more powerful to the point of being unrivaled. But these 3 people didn't even have the slightest arrogance of an expert. If you didn't know who they were in advance, you would think that they were ordinary people. One more thing. Suddenly, Ji Xiaowu seemed to have thought of something, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Dong Hanzong may come to find trouble with me in the future, how should I deal with it? Or, as the 10 consecrators said, I will take the initiative to apologize. These things, you can do as you see fit. If you really can't solve it, you can come to us. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay. Ji Xiaowu nodded, then took out the sound transmission godstone, and said with a smile, then let's establish a contract bridge, in case I can't contact you if I encounter any danger. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, then took out the sound transmission godstone. After establishing the contract bridge, Ji Xiaowu bowed and said, then the 3 of you can rest first, I will also go wash up, my body is really dirty. The 10 consecrators were dead, and they had obtained the inheritance, and Qin Feiyang and the others were in the city lord's mansion. It was time to regroup and make plans for the future. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ji Xiaowu turned around and soared into the sky, looking up at the sky, muttering, Mother, do you know about Father's death? Do you know my current predicament? If you know, will you come to see me? I really miss you. With a sigh, he stepped forward and gradually disappeared from the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. This kid has a story. The white-eyed wolf whispered. I think so too. The Sea Lion Beast King nodded. Why are you so gossipy? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He turned around and walked to the lake, smiling, it's finally over. Next, let's focus on fusing the ultimate mysteries. Hearing this, the Sea Lion Beast King suddenly became excited. When he fused the 2 inheritances and obtained the ultimate mysteries of the 8 supreme laws, he would really be an overlord. Right. What's the matter with the surname Ji? Qin Feiyang looked at the Sea Lion Beast King suspiciously. It's a long story. It's said that the wife of the Divine Kingdom's ruler is surnamed Ji. And now, the Ji family is one of the 10 main families of the Divine Kingdom. The Ji family is the family of the ruler's wife. The Ji family also has a lot of descendants. After countless years of development, the number of their direct and collateral family members is as many as the Dong family. They are countless. This Ji Xiaowu is also a collateral family member of the Ji family. The Sea Lion Beast King explained. So that's the case. So, in the Central Dynasty, there's also the surname Ji? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. 2 major surnames. But in comparison, the Ji family can't compare to the Dong family. The Sea Lion Beast King nodded. That's for sure. After all, the Dong family was the true overlord of the divine kingdom. The Ji family was just the mother's family. Is the ruler's wife still alive? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and asked. Yes. It seems that she's also at the imperial capital mountain. The sea lion beast king said. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. The ruler's wife, wasn't she more valuable than the emperor's daughter? What do you want to do? The sea lion beast king looked at the two in surprise. They couldn't be thinking about the ruler's wife again, right? These guys were indeed not easy to deal with. They would pick wherever it was dangerous. Chapter 44-54. Don't you know what we want to do? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes. All right. Since I've already boarded the pirate ship, I can only follow you. The sea lion demon king sighed helplessly. Now, he deeply understood what it meant to be a trap. Fortunately, these people were still loyal. If he encountered those selfish and heartless people, it wouldn't be as simple as a trap. He might even lose his life. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the madman appeared. His physical body had long been reconstructed, and his mental appearance was quite good. It seemed that he had gone to find the mermaid princess. Little madman, are you all right? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Yes. The madman nodded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked and hurriedly asked with concern, is there any internal injury? Mental trauma. I risked my life to protect you, shouldn't you thank me? The madman said. Ah. Qin Feiyang and the sea lion looked at each other. They thought that he had some internal injury, but it turned out that he was talking about this. Hey. The madman looked at the two of them with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He grinned and said, come and thank me, I accept your worship. Get lost. The white-eyed wolf glared at him angrily. You're too heartless. If I didn't stand up and block in front of you, do you still have the chance to stand here and talk to me? You actually want me to get lost, it's really sad. The madman shook his head with a look of disappointment. The white-eyed wolf's mouth kept twitching as he said with a dark face, why didn't the emperor's sword strike make you stupid? He has to have the ability to do so. The madman shook his head, his face full of pride. All right. I can only say that I admire your shamelessness. The white-eyed wolf was helpless. In the past, he seemed to be the most shameless person. Why was everyone more shameless than him now? Was this the so-called the new generation excels the old? Back to the topic at hand. Qin Feiyang stopped the two of them from messing around. He looked at Madman and said, Senior brother, there's a place you should go. Where? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Myriad Demons Valley. Qin Feiyang said. If Madman were to enter the Myriad Devil Valley, he would definitely be able to obtain a great harvest. Myriad Demons Valley? Madman was slightly taken aback. When he was in the Myriad Devil Valley, Madman was in the Black Tortoise world, so he was unfamiliar with this place. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. There's such a place in the Central Dynasty? Madman was bewildered. Interested? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course. I'll go now. Give me the coordinates. Madman's eyes were filled with anticipation. Don't worry. I can't go now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why? Madman frowned. His curiosity was piqued, and now he was not allowed to go. Isn't this whetting his appetite? We originally wanted to hide in the Myriad Demons Valley, but we didn't expect to be noticed by the beasts outside. I think the Death God army must have arrived in the Myriad Demons Valley by now, so we have to wait for a while. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. How long do we have to wait? Madman frowned. If the Death God army kept guarding the Myriad Demons Valley, wouldn't they never have a chance? How would I know how long we have to wait? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He wasn't a member of the Death God army. Sea Lion suddenly smiled. Actually, we can think of a way. What way? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him in confusion. Although there were many beasts watching us open the space-time tunnel to leave the Myriad Demons Valley, if we don't do anything now, they might think that we are still going to the Myriad Demons Valley. At that time, they might keep sending people to guard outside the Myriad Demons Valley. This way, Madman won't have a chance to go in. But if we go somewhere else now and make some noise, we will definitely be able to divert their attention. Sea Lion said. For example, now that Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in Green Wind City and made some noise, the Death God Army's attention naturally wouldn't be on the myriad Demons Valley. Makes sense. Madman nodded and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You must be kidding. I'm also a monster king. Sea Lion's face was dark. Did they think he was an idiot? Haha, let's do it this way. Madman laughed and patted Sea Lion's shoulder. I will leave this matter to you. Me? Sea Lion was stunned. Yes. Do we need to personally deal with such a small matter? If we have to personally deal with it, why do we need a little follower like you? Madman said as a matter of fact. The corner of Sea Lion's mouth twitched. Is this something a human would say? No matter how you look at it, this isn't a small matter, because now, they are being searched everywhere. As long as they show up, they will definitely be in danger. You're not willing? Madman raised his eyebrows. His eyes were extremely unfriendly. Of course I'm willing. But, strength doesn't allow it. With my little tricks, if I'm caught, won't I be finished? It doesn't matter if I'm finished, but I'm a coward and can't withstand torture. What if I accidentally reveal your whereabouts? Then wouldn't I become a treacherous villain? How about this? Let's go together. Boss Qin has a concealment technique, so he can come and go as he pleases. No one can catch us. Sea Lion smiled flatteringly. He was afraid. Facing the terrifying Death Army, even if he was a monster king, it was useless. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were speechless. What a righteous and awe-inspiring speech. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, he couldn't hide his cowardly nature. All right, let's go together. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, got up and said, Boss Qin is still the best. You are the idol of my generation. The Sea Lion Demon King immediately flattered him. Idol of my generation? You think you're still a 17 or 18-year-old young man? Shameless. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were speechless to the extreme. They had never seen anyone more thick-skinned than this guy. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lead the way. We'll go to any city, but it's best to be far away from Green Wind City. Let me think. Sea Lion pondered for a while and smiled. Then let's go to Snow Bear City. Snow Bear City is located in the southern edge of the Central Dynasty, and Green Wind City is in the northern edge, almost half of the Central Dynasty. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thousand Demons Valley. Sure enough. Not long after Qin Feiyang and the others left Thousand Demons Valley, a group of people descended above the entrance. The leader was the commander of the 9th team, Dong Qian. Behind him, there were at least 1,000 people, all of them emitting a murderous aura. Greetings, Lord. A burly man flew over and knelt in front of Dong Qian. This burly man was a beast in disguise and was also the informant. Where are Qin Feiyang and the others? Dong Qian glanced around Thousand Demons Valley and asked the burly man. He wondered if they had already entered Thousand Demons Valley. But Thousand Demons Valley was a place that even he didn't dare to set foot in easily. How could these people dare to enter? They're gone. The burly man replied. Gone? Dong Qian was taken aback. Yes. It's also our fault. Originally, they were planning to enter Thousand Demons Valley, but they suddenly found out that we were monitoring them, so they turned around and left. Qin Batian was also separated from them here. The burly man said truthfully. Useless things, you were actually discovered by them. Dong Qian was furious when he heard this. The fat all over his body couldn't help but tremble. Lord, please spare my life. It's not our fault, they're too smart. Looking at the angry Dong Qian, the burly man couldn't help but tremble, his face pale. Get lost. Dong Qian snorted coldly. Yes. As soon as these words came out, the burly man hurriedly got up and turned around to leave. Originally, he wanted to tell Dong Qian that Qin Feiyang and the other two had stepped into Thousand Demons Valley and came out unscathed, as if they were not afraid of the evil power of Thousand Demons Valley. But in the face of the fierce Dong Qian, he really didn't dare to continue to stay. Dong Qian once again looked at Thousand Demons Valley. What did these people want to do in Thousand Demons Valley? Did they want to hide in Thousand Demons Valley to escape their pursuit? But wasn't this a joke? The evil power of Thousand Demons Valley was famous for being terrifying. Even if these people had mastered the will of Heavenly Tao, they wouldn't dare to set foot in. He was puzzled by the behavior of Qin Feiyang and the others. "Commander, what should we do now?" a member asked, looking quite angry. Why were these people as difficult to deal with as loaches? Since they came to Thousand Demons Valley, there must be a reason. Anyway, there is no news of them now. Let's lurk in Thousand Demons Valley and see if we can wait for them, Dong Qian said gloomily and disappeared into the mountains below. The other members followed one after another. Soon, their auras disappeared. From the looks of it, this mountain was very calm. Time flew by. About half an hour passed. In the southern border area of the Central Dynasty, there was white snow and bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, a deafening loud noise sounded. The ultimate profundity of the 6 supreme laws shattered the sky and blasted into a huge city. The city was reduced to ashes in an instant. There were millions of people, but only a few 100,000 people survived in the end. "You're really ruthless." The white-eyed wolf and Frenzy looked at the Sea Lion Demon King in shock. The person who attacked was the Sea Lion Demon King. "Isn't this what you want me to do?" The Sea Lion Demon King was a little dumbfounded. "Don't talk nonsense, we only asked you to destroy Snow Bear City, not to kill the people of Snow Bear City. We won't be responsible for this." Frenzy shook his head. The corner of the Sea Lion Demon King's mouth twitched. Was there a difference between destroying Snow Bear City and slaughtering the people of Snow Bear City? Who is this person? Why is he so crazy? Look. They seem to be Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Sea Lion Demon King, soon. Those who were lucky enough to survive discovered Qin Feiyang's group. Because the 4 of them had recovered their true appearance, everyone could recognize them at a glance. It's really them. Are they starting to take revenge on the Central Dynasty? This way of revenge is too terrifying. Millions of people were turned into ashes in an instant. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 3, hundreds of thousands of people were terrified to the extreme. Chapter 4455. Yes. This is our revenge. Snow Bear City is just the first. Madman chuckled. You're all courting death. A roar sounded. More than a dozen members of the Death God Legion came over murderously. They happened to be searching nearby. When they heard the commotion, they immediately rushed over, only to see this scene. How could they not be angry? His luck is pretty good. The corner of Sea Lion's mouth twitched. In such a remote place, they actually encountered members of the Death God Legion. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of them. It was really fortunate that he didn't come alone. Otherwise, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths. Because with his strength alone, it was impossible for him to be a match for more than a dozen members of the Death God Legion. You're the ones courting death. Madman laughed sinisterly. A mere dozen members actually dared to come out to kill them? Wasn't this courting death? The all-evil sword appeared, and its sharp edge swept across the sky, covering the sky and earth. Not good. More than a dozen people's faces changed drastically. They were no longer as arrogant as before. In an instant, they turned around and ran like frightened birds. Want to run? Do you think it's that easy? The white-eyed wolf smiled coldly. Golden wings appeared. However, just as the white-eyed wolf was about to chase, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop him. He shook his head and said, "Don't waste time. Anyway, our goal has been achieved. Let's retreat." Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, when the Death God Legion's main force comes, we'll be finished. Sea Lion nodded repeatedly. Can't you be more promising? If you're so timid, how can you follow us? The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched as he roared angrily. I'm not timid. I'm just looking at the big picture and thinking about everyone's safety. The Sea Lion Demon King laughed. What a pompous claim. The white-eyed wolf was physically and mentally weak. The golden wings disappeared. Madman also waved his hand, and the all-evil sword dissipated. Then, the 4 of them opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. What? They appeared in Snow Bear City and slaughtered millions of people. Myriad Demons Valley. When Dong Qian received the news, his face was immediately filled with rage as he roared, "Damned little bastards, I will definitely not let you off." Immediately, he looked at the trembling ferocious beasts and roared, "Get over here." A group of ferocious beasts quickly ran over. "Keep a close eye on the Myriad Demons Valley. Once you find any trace of Qin Fei Yang, report to me immediately," Dong Qian shouted. Yes. The group of ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly. "If you screw this up again, I'll kill all of you," Dong Qian said sinisterly before leading the 1,000 members away in a grandiose manner. This news quickly spread to other places. For a moment, everyone in the major cities was in a state of panic. They were deeply afraid that the city they were in would become the next target of Qin Fei Yang and the others. When the emperor learned of this, he immediately ordered the Death God army to hide in all the major cities, ready to surround Qin Fei Yang and the others at any time. "Can we go to the Myriad Demons Valley now?" Green Wind City. City Lord's mansion, backyard. The madman laughed. "Don't worry. After 2 days, I'll activate the concealment technique and send you there. It will be safer this way." Qin Fei Yang laughed. "Okay. 2 days isn't too long." The madman nodded, glanced around, and asked, "Is Ji Xiaowu okay?" "Don't say it. This time, your vision is really good." The white-eyed wolf said. "Are you kidding me? When has this father's vision ever been bad?" The madman laughed proudly. At this time, they had already changed their appearances. The madman also changed his appearance. 2 days later, Qin Fei Yang sent the madman to the Myriad Demons Valley. Although Dong Qian was no longer there, all the nearby ferocious beasts had been staring at the entrance of the Myriad Demons Valley, not daring to neglect in the slightest. However, no matter how they stared, they couldn't find Qin Fei Yang and the madman. Because the two of them didn't directly teleport to the Myriad Demons Valley. If they were directly teleported to the Myriad Demons Valley, even if they activated the concealment technique, they would still be discovered. Because the space-time tunnel couldn't hide. In other words, although these ferocious beasts couldn't see Qin Fei Yang and the madman, they could see the space-time tunnel. Therefore, they chose to teleport to a small city not far from the Myriad Demons Valley, then activated the concealment technique and quietly arrived at the Myriad Demons Valley. As for the coordinates of the small city, they went to the City Lord Mansion's guards to ask for it. Arriving at the Myriad Demons Valley, the madman couldn't wait to bring Qin Fei Yang in. It is indeed more terrifying than the Yin demon force. The madman was very excited. These evil forces were like nightmares to other creatures, but in his eyes, they were like delicious food. Don't be in a hurry to absorb it. Wait until I leave. In addition, you are alone here, be more careful. After all, we don't know what the situation is in the Myriad Demons Valley. Qin Fei Yang warned. When they went to the guards to ask for the coordinates, they also inquired about the situation of the Myriad Demons Valley, but none of the guards knew about the Myriad Demons Valley, and none of the guards had entered the Myriad Demons Valley. In other words, everything in the Myriad Demons Valley was unknown. Since it was unknown, there might be some dangers. Don't worry. With such a huge evil force, even if the Emperor comes, I will still have the ability to fight against him and the Emperor's sword without using my origin force. The madman laughed. To him, just like what the inner demons said, this was heaven. If he were to fight here, his combat strength would increase by many times. Because these evil forces were the source of his combat strength. Don't be careless. Also, you better enter the depths of the Myriad Demons Valley to absorb it. When you absorb it, try to be gentle and don't make too much noise. Qin Fei Yang warned. Why are you so long-winded? Scram, scram. The madman waved his hand impatiently. His entire body was shrouded by the evil force, but it didn't affect him at all. Qin Fei Yang was helpless. You are still impatient. Am I not concerned about you? Good intentions really didn't pay off. Immediately, Qin Fei Yang turned around and quietly left the Myriad Demons Valley. What a good place. After absorbing all these evil forces, how powerful will the Myriad Demons Sword be? Even I don't dare to imagine it." The madman laughed, and like a ghost, he silently rushed into the depths of the myriad demons valley. The evil force that made the heavenly Tao powerhouses feel fear was as docile as a sheep in front of him. Next, all the major cities of the Central Dynasty entered a state of war readiness. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two, one was cultivating in the myriad demons valley and the other two were in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world. The Sea Lion Demon King was also in the backyard, setting up a 5,000 years a day time array to fuse the two inheritances. The reason why he didn't let him go to the Black Tortoise world was because he wanted him to stay outside and help Ji Xiaowu solve some small problems that couldn't be solved. In short, only when there was a particularly serious situation could he go to them. Otherwise, he would go to the Sea Lion Demon King. Time passed day by day. In a large hall. Above, Dong Qingyuan sat majestically with a gloomy face. Below, 10 figures sat on both sides in order. Each of the 10 cultivators was emitting an immeasurable aura like a vast ocean. 3 of them were familiar faces. They were Dong Qian, Dong Kuan, and Dong Yuming. Dong Qian and the other 2 were the commanders of the 10th, 9th, and 8th teams respectively. The other 7 people could sit side by side with them. Without a doubt, they must be the commanders of the other 7 teams. Legion Commander, 10 commanders. This was the absolute highest level of the Death God Legion. Every one of them was an existence with great power and influence. But at this moment, whether it was Dong Qingyuan or the 10 commanders, they all lowered their heads in silence, their brows tightly knitted together. What do they want to do? Why didn't they do anything after slaughtering Snow Bear City? It's already been 2 months. Finally, Dong Kuan couldn't bear it anymore, his hands pounding the armrest of the chair as he roared. His voice was like a bell, deafening. The other 9 commanders also couldn't help but raise their heads, their eyes filled with killing intent and anger. Especially Dong Yuming. The 10th team was almost completely annihilated. This was simply a disgrace. Dong Qingyuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Even if they don't do anything for 2 years, 200 years, or 2,000 years, we can't let our guard down, let alone 2 months." After fighting with them a few times, he already had some understanding of the character of Qin Feiyang and the others. They were shrewd and good at scheming. Once they let their guard down, they might encounter a disaster. Are they trying to compete with us in patience? Or are they plotting something? I really don't understand. A woman in a fiery red dress whispered. This woman was about 25 or 26 years old, with a beautiful face. Not only was she in a long dress, but even her waterfall-like long hair and eyes were as red as fire. Her entire person was like a cluster of burning flames. If we could understand it, we wouldn't have such a headache. Dong Qingyuan shook his head, then looked at Dong Yuming and said, "This time, you've made a big mistake." Hearing this, Dong Yuming's body suddenly stiffened. "Although I know that it's not your fault, but Qin Feiyang and the others are too difficult to deal with, and you're also a victim. After all, the loss of the 10th team is an indisputable fact. Of the 10,000 members, only a little more than 1,000 are left now. The Emperor has already ordered me to remove you as the commander of the 10th team and hand over the origin energy to me," Dong Qingyuan said. Dong Yuming clenched his hands tightly. Sigh. Dong Qingyuan sighed and said, "I don't want to do this, but this is the Emperor's order, and I dare not disobey. Hand over the origin energy." Dong Yuming took a deep breath and took out the origin energy. Looking at this origin energy, Dong Qian and the other commanders couldn't help but have a look of desire in their eyes. However, Dong Qingyuan didn't give it to anyone, but he took it himself. Then he looked at Dong Yuming and comforted him, "Don't be discouraged, the Emperor only removed your position as the commander. As long as you can make great contributions in the future, I believe that the Emperor will definitely put you in an important position again." Chapter 4456. I only have one thought in my mind right now, and that is to kill Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Yuming clenched his fists. Although the other 9 commanders didn't say anything, he knew that they were laughing at him in their hearts. After all, the 10 commanders didn't get along well with each other. Therefore, in his opinion, killing Qin Feiyang and the others was the only way to wash away this humiliation. If you can really kill them, Not only will you be reinstated, the Emperor might even reward you with a Pinnacle Dominator divine weapon. Dong Qingyuan smiled. A Pinnacle Dominator divine weapon. Dong Yuming's eyes flashed with desire. A Pinnacle Dominator divine weapon was extremely tempting to anyone, including the commanders of the Death God Legion. This was because a Pinnacle Dominator divine weapon was equivalent to 1,000 low-level Dominator divine weapons. For those who didn't have 3,000 incarnations, a Pinnacle Dominator divine weapon was invincible. No. Even a high-level Dominator divine weapon was invincible, let alone a Pinnacle Dominator divine weapon. Dong Kuan glanced at Dong Yuming, then looked at Dong Qingyuan and asked, "Should we disband the 10th team or?" "Of course we should disband it. There are only a little over 1,000 people left. Although the other 8,000 people are still alive, they have been stripped of their ultimate intents and are useless. What's the point of keeping it if we don't disband it?" Before Dong Qingyuan could say anything, the other commanders all spoke up. "A little over 1,000 people isn't weak either, okay?" Hearing this, Dong Yuming glared at the commanders. Although there were only a little over 1,000 people, all of them had grasped the will of the Great Path. This lineup was enough to dominate the 4 great continents. "Dong Yuming, are you talking in your sleep? Our 10 teams have at least 5,000 people. What's a little over 1,000 people?" Dong Kuan sneered. "Dong Kuan, from your tone, are you looking down on the 5,000 people in my first team?" The woman in the fiery red dress suddenly turned to look at Dong Kuan. Her flame-like eyes flickered with a ferocious light. This was because she was the commander of the first team. Although the first team only had 5,000 people, every one of them had grasped the ultimate intents of the law of life and death and the law of light and darkness. It could be said that, although the first team had fewer people, they were the strongest. "Dong Yuerong, don't talk nonsense. Who dares to look down on your first team? I'm just making an analogy," Dong Kuan said indifferently. "But your analogy really pisses me off." Dong Yuerong stared at Dong Kuan. Although she was a woman, the domineering aura she exuded was completely above Dong Kuan's. However, Dong Kuan wasn't willing to be outdone. He smiled faintly and said, "You can't take a joke. All right then, if you're not happy, what do you want?" "Enough!" Dong Qingyuan shouted angrily, "You're still fighting among yourselves at a time like this. If you have the energy, you might as well go find Qin Feiyang and the others." One had to admit that Dong Qingyuan was quite imposing. As soon as he spoke, the 2 of them became obedient. Naturally, the 10th squad cannot be disbanded. However, Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed viciously as he said this. He looked at the door and said expressionlessly, "Lu Yunfeng, Lu Yuntian, come in." "Lu Yunfeng, Lu Yuntian?" The 10 of them were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the door and saw 2 young men striding into the main hall. The young man walking in front was dressed in white and had a faint smile on his face. He looked extraordinary. The young man walking behind him was dressed in a blood-red robe and had a smile on his face. However, this smile was full of malevolence and hostility, as if a demon king had returned. The 2 of them were the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Dong Qingyuan was very displeased with the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. He was also very unwilling to let them enter the main hall. However, there was no other way. This was the Emperor's order. Dong Yuming and the others looked at the inner demons and Lu Yuntian with fear in their eyes. In the past, they naturally wouldn't take the inner demons and Lu Yuntian seriously. After all, they were commanders. Not only were they powerful, but they also had a group of loyal subordinates. However, when the inner demons and Lu Jiajin successively displayed their terrifying strength, especially when they saw the 2 of them coming back from the 4 great continents and almost forcing Dong Qingyuan to self-destruct, they couldn't get rid of the shadow in their hearts. That's right. Although the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't kill Dong Qingyuan when they returned to the central dynasty, they did force Dong Qingyuan into a desperate situation. If it weren't for the Emperor, Dong Qingyuan might have really self-destructed. "It seems that you don't like us." The inner demons glanced at the group of people and laughed. Then, he walked up to Dong Yuerong and said, "Give up your seat." "What?" Dong Yuerong's eyes were suddenly filled with anger. "Although you're very powerful, you're still a junior. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, the commander of the first team? I don't want to repeat myself. The inner demons narrowed his eyes. Dong Yuerong clenched her hands together. Her fiery eyes were emitting a bone-chilling aura. You're really courting death. As the inner demons finished speaking, a terrifying murderous aura roared out. Dong Kuan and the others, who were gloating, suddenly changed their expressions. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. Yuerong, it's just a seat. Give it to him. Dong Qingyuan said. Dong Yuerong glanced at Dong Qingyuan, then looked at the inner demons again. She snorted, got up, walked up to Dong Qian, and took out a chair to sit down. The inner demons sat on the chair casually. He turned to look at Dong Yuming and said contemptuously, "You've been stripped of your position as the commander, and you still have the nerve to sit here? Get out of my way and stand there." Dong Yuming was instantly enraged. Although he had been stripped of his position, no matter what, he used to be the commander of the Death Army. How dare he not give him face? Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out of my way, the inner demons shouted. He was really arrogant and domineering. But the point was, he was so arrogant that Dong Qingyuan and the other commanders couldn't do anything to him. Wasn't that infuriating? Dong Yuming suppressed his anger and got up to step aside. Lu Jiajin smiled calmly and sat down on Dong Yuming's seat. Looking at the two of them, Dong Yuming was almost driven crazy. At the same time, his hatred for Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf became even stronger. Because if Qin Feiyang and the others hadn't destroyed the 10th squad, he wouldn't have fallen into such a sorry state. The inner demons looked at Dong Qingyuan, who was sitting on the chair, and said lightly, "Hurry up and announce it. Don't waste our time." Dong Qingyuan desperately suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Dong Yuerong and the others and said in a deep voice, "The Emperor has appointed Lu Yunfeng as the commander of the 10th squad, and Lu Yuntian as the deputy commander of the 10th squad. The 10th squad will be reorganized." What? Hearing this, Dong Yuerong and the others stood up in shock. Their faces were full of disbelief. Dong Yuming clenched his fists so tightly that his palms were bleeding. He was actually here to replace his position. Preposterous. Dong Qingyuan sighed inwardly. He looked at the 10 of them and said, "You didn't hear wrong. This is the Emperor's order." The 10 of them looked at each other and could only accept this fact. The inner demons looked at Dong Yuming with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He looked at Dong Qingyuan and said, "Since I'm now the deputy commander of the 10th squad, does that mean I have the right to punish anyone in the 10th squad?" "Of course." Dong Qingyuan nodded. "Good. Kill all those who were deprived of their ultimate mysteries by Qin Feiyang." The inner demons said. "What? Are you crazy? Although they were deprived of their ultimate mysteries, they didn't make any big mistakes. Why do you want to kill them? You can totally make them leave the Death God Army," Dong Yuming said angrily. Dong Qingyuan, Dong Yuerong, and the others also glared at the inner demons. These members of the Death God Army had worked hard even if they didn't make any contributions. How could they be killed just like that? Besides, they went against Qin Feiyang and the others for the sake of the Divine Kingdom and for the sake of the Emperor. That was why they were deprived of their ultimate mysteries. They were loyal and worthy of praise. Logically speaking, such people should be taken good care of. So many people went to the 4 great continents, and they even had an origin force. In the end, they still ended up being wiped out. This shows how useless they are. I don't keep useless people here. The inner demons sneered. In fact, he was just looking for an excuse to get rid of these hidden dangers. Because these people were deprived of their ultimate mysteries by Qin Feiyang and the others. They must hate Qin Feiyang and the others to the core. If they were left alive, they might become a disaster in the future. But there's no need to kill them. Isn't it a good choice to send them home to retire? Dong Qingyuan frowned. "Yo, Sir Legion Commander, why are you suddenly so kind? You weren't like this when we were in the 4 great continents. You were so cruel to us." The inner demons looked at Dong Qingyuan with a strange smile. His eyes were full of mockery. He said lightly, "Put away your hypocritical face. It's disgusting to look at it." "How dare you?" Dong Yuming shouted, "You are now the deputy commander of the 10th team, and Sir is the Legion Commander of the Death God Legion. You must abide by the Death God Legion's rules and respect the Legion Commander." Slap. But before he could finish, a crisp slap was heard. The inner demon stood up and landed in front of Dong Yuming in an instant. He slapped Dong Yuming, and a striking handprint immediately appeared on Dong Yuming's face. This made Dong Yuming instantly lose his mind. With red eyes, he roared, "I'll tear you apart." "Is that so?" The inner demon smiled coldly. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death appeared out of nowhere. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Dong Qingyuan's expression changed. He hurriedly took out the origin force to protect the main hall. His eyes were extremely gloomy. How dare they make a move here? They really didn't take him seriously. Dong Yuming panicked. Looking at the kingdom of life and death behind the inner demons, it was as if he was looking at the abyss of death. His body and mind could not help but tremble. "Do you have the ability to do so? Kneel." The inner demons roared. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god descending to the world. The kingdom of life and death pressed forward. Dong Yuming's legs went weak, and his face turned pale. He could not help but kneel at the feet of the inner demons. Chapter 44-57. So powerful. The power of the kingdom of life and death is simply breathtaking. Not only Dong Yuming, but Dong Yuerong and the other 8 could not help but tremble. They had tried very hard to suppress the fear in their hearts, but they just could not control it. It was as if they were facing a god. Dong Qingyuan's face was extremely gloomy. Since entering the main hall, this person had been arrogant and did not take him, the Legion Commander, seriously. "You dare to jump in front of me with this little ability? Believe it or not, I will kill you directly." The inner demons looked at Dong Yuming coldly. I'm sorry." Dong Yuming did not want to say these 3 words. But the oppression of the kingdom of life and death made him unable to control the fear in his heart. The moment he said these 3 words, he collapsed to the ground, completely losing his self-esteem and completely falling into the shadow brought to him by the inner demons. In the future, as long as he saw the inner demons, he would think of this scene and would never be able to forget it. Don't go too far. Suddenly, Dong Qingyuan could no longer tolerate the arrogance of the inner demons. The origin force in his hand blasted out, accompanied by a loud bang, and the kingdom of life and death was annihilated on the spot. Whoosh! In the face of the origin force, the inner demons were not afraid. Instead, they turned and stared at Dong Qingyuan, their eyes flashing with an astonishing fierce light. "Do you think you can be lawless with the true body of the Demon King, the law of life and death, and the dual will of heaven? Let me tell you. The reason why the Emperor asked Dong Yuming to give this origin force to me is to suppress you, restrain you, and make you behave." Dong Qingyuan laughed sinisterly. "Ha." When the inner demons heard this, they laughed instead of being angry. "What are you laughing at?" Dong Qingyuan frowned. "I'm laughing at you for being too useless. You can only rely on the origin force to face me head-on. Without the origin force, you are even worse than a piece of trash." The inner demon's face was full of contempt. That gaze and that attitude showed that they did not take Dong Qingyuan seriously at all. Dong Qingyuan clenched his hands together tightly, making cracking sounds. If looks could kill, the inner demons would have been executed by Dong Qingyuan. It was obvious. Dong Qingyuan was furious at the moment. "However, even if you have the origin energy, do you dare to kill me?" The inner demons glared at Dong Qingyuan menacingly and sneered. "You are indeed the Emperor's confidant, but you are not even as strong as your disciples, let alone me. Do you think the Emperor will allow you to kill me?" The so-called disciples were Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, Dong Xin, and Dong Qin. This was an indisputable fact. Without the sovereign divine weapon and origin power, Dong Qingyuan was indeed weaker than Dong Tianchen and the others. This was because any one of the 5 domains could easily crush Dong Qingyuan. The reason why Dong Tianchen and the others respected him so much was because of Dong Qingyuan's importance in the Emperor's eyes, and because Dong Qingyuan had taught them before they grew up. It could be said that, without Dong Qingyuan's guidance, they would not have the strength and status they had today. Simultaneously, Dong Qingyuan was also the commander of the Death God Legion. If he gave the order, the entire Death God Legion would stand up without hesitation. The domains of Dong Qianchen and the others were very powerful, but in the face of the entire Death God Legion, they had no chance of winning. Therefore, the 5 of them respected Dong Qingyuan, but at the same time, they feared him. In the face of the powerful inner demons, Dong Qingyuan did not retreat for a while. Because he really did not dare to kill the inner demons. One had to know. In the Central Dynasty, in addition to the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, there were also Dong Hanzong, these unparalleled geniuses. The strength of these people was not weaker than the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. But why did the emperor let the inner demons and Lu Jiajin be the commander and deputy commander of the 10th team, instead of letting Dong Hanzong and the others take over the 10th team? This was because of trust and high regard. The emperor valued the talents of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, their brains, and their means. In other words, the emperor's appreciation of the inner demons and the others far exceeded Dong Hanzong and the others. At that time, when the emperor told him that Lu Jiajin and the inner demons would be the commander and deputy commander of the 10th team, his surprise was no less than that of Dong Yuerong and the others. He was very puzzled at that time. Why did the emperor make such an arrangement? The emperor told him on the spot that these 2 brothers had the talent to be great generals. Although Dong Hanzong and the others were talented and had heaven-defying means, compared to the brothers, they were still far behind. Think about it. Who was the emperor? The emperor was the son of the ruler of the divine kingdom. If even he said such words, then how could the inner demons be bad? Although Dong Qingyuan was very unhappy in his heart, he did not dare to go against the emperor's will. Why don't you make a move? The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely solemn. The inner demons were unscrupulous. This was his nature. He was never afraid of anyone. Even when he met the small beast and the ice dragon, he had the courage to face them head-on. As for Lu Jiajin, he did not say a word from beginning to end. He just looked at all of this indifferently. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Yuming, and the other 10 people present, none of them dared to ignore his existence. Because this man had the strongest fighting soul, the Eye of Nothingness. And it was the Eye of Nothingness that had completed its evolution. Phew. At last. Dong Qingyuan took a deep breath and withdrew the origin energy. He looked at the inner demons and said indifferently, "Since you brothers are now in charge of the 10th team, then it's up to you." He really could not protect these 8,000 people. He did not really want to protect these 8,000 people. For him, these 8,000 people had lost their value. It did not matter whether they lived or died. The reason why he intervened was that he could not stand the inner demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in front of him. After all, he was the commander of the Death God army. He also thought that with this origin energy, the inner demons would definitely restrain themselves in front of him. But he never expected that in the face of the threat of the origin energy, not only did the inner demons not restrain themselves, but they became even more arrogant. He really could not understand. Why did the emperor think so highly of them? Because in his eyes, the inner demons had no other merits other than being arrogant and condescending. Following Dong Qingyuan's words, Lu Jiajin, who was sitting motionless on the chair, finally reacted. He stood up and smiled. Commanders, we'll take our leave first." After saying that, without waiting for Dong Qingyuan and the others to respond, he stepped forward and turned to leave without looking back. Looking at Lu Jiajin's back, the group of people seemed to have seen a god, integrated with heaven and earth, appearing ethereal. This temperament really made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. In the future, I hope everyone will take care of me. The inner demons looked at the group of people and laughed, then swaggered away. Preposterous. They simply did not take us seriously. Commander, are you going to indulge them like this? Dong Kuan was flustered and exasperated, his face full of anger. These 2 little bastards really deserved to be taught a lesson. It's not that I want to indulge them, it's the emperor. Dong Qingyuan sighed. Fortunately, he now had origin energy. Although he could not restrain the 2, at least he did not have to worry about them killing him in the future. Why is the emperor doing this? Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin are all members of the Dong clan, and their strength is comparable to theirs. Why is the emperor not nurturing Dong Hanzong and the others, but nurturing these two outsiders? The fat Dong Qian's face was full of doubts. No one can see through the emperor's thoughts. He naturally has his reasons for doing this, we can only obey. However, it's not that easy for these two brothers to reorganize the 10th team. Dong Yuerong sneered. Everyone could not help but look at Dong Yuerong. The prerequisite to joining the Death God Legion is to master the will of heaven. Now, apart from the Death God Legion, in the entire Central Dynasty, there are almost no powerhouses who have mastered the will of heaven except for the 10 direct descendants and the major direct descendants. But the 10 direct descendants are all our people. Plus, the people of the 10 direct descendants are living a luxurious life and would not be willing to join the Death God Legion. As for the direct descendants, as long as we give the order, would they dare to go against us and join the Death God Legion? Even if they dare, all the direct family clans together only have a little over 1,000 will of the heavenly Dao powerhouses. What can they do? Dong Yuerong's lips curled into a mocking smile. That's right. The will of heaven of the direct descendants is nothing to worry about. Even with the remaining 1,000 in the 10th team, there are only a little over 2,000 people in total. The 10th division with more than 2,000 people is nothing in front of our 9th division. Dong Kuan could not help but sneer. Haven't you learned your lesson? Suddenly, Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Yuerong and Dong Kuan and said angrily, "Ah!" The two were surprised. Why was he suddenly angry at them? Although there are not many people in the 10th team now, don't forget that Lu Yuntian has the Demon King true body. He alone is equivalent to 3,000 people. Plus, he has the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and dual will of heaven. To put it bluntly, his combat power alone is equivalent to half a team. If Lu Yunfeng's Eye of Void is added, I'm afraid that the strength of the two of them is enough to fight against an entire team, Dong Qingyuan said angrily. Hearing this, Dong Yuerong and the others trembled. Indeed, these two people could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. They were people who had heaven-defying means. If not for Dong Qingyuan's reminder, they would not have thought of this. Dong Qingyuan's eyes flickered as he looked at Dong Yuerong and said, "It's time for your first team to replenish some fresh troops." Ah! Dong Yuerong looked at Dong Qingyuan in shock and frowned. But didn't you set the rule long ago that only those who have mastered all the ultimate meanings can enter my first team? Rules are dead, people are alive. We don't have to worry about the people of the 10 direct descendants, but the will of heaven experts of the direct descendants must not be allowed to enter the 10th team, Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. Dong Yuerong took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. I'll send people to the direct descendants now. No, I'll go personally. With that, she got up and opened a space-time passage to leave. Chapter 4458. Black Tortoise World. Inside the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang sat on a futon with a cluster of flames floating in front of him. It was the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the law of nothingness. He was using this inheritance to comprehend the law of nothingness. In order to integrate this inheritance, he had to first comprehend the law of nothingness. In the past, he had also comprehended the law of nothingness, but because he entered the divine kingdom, there were too many things to solve, so he didn't make much progress. But this time, he had made up his mind to integrate the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the law of nothingness before coming out of seclusion. If possible, he even wanted to integrate the inheritance of the law of light and darkness and the law of devour. This way, even if he completely mastered the 9 supreme laws, by then, his combat strength would not only increase by 1 or 2 times. Of course, the ultimate profound meaning of the ordinary laws couldn't be ignored. When the ultimate profound meaning of the supreme laws were equal, the ultimate profound meaning of the ordinary laws would determine the odds of victory. For example, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were both ordinary people who had mastered the ultimate profound meaning of the 6 supreme laws. If the two of them fought, it would naturally be a tie. But at this time, if there was another ultimate profound meaning of the ordinary laws, they would be able to suppress the other party. So, although the ordinary laws weren't very useful now, at the critical moment, they could still play a big role. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine voice stone rang, waking Qin Feiyang up. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He then took out the divine voice stone, lowered his head to check, and was stunned. How could it be Big Cousin? With the awakening of the divine voice stone, the phantoms of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin immediately appeared. Looking at the smiles on their faces, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What good thing happened to make you so happy?" "Guess." The inner demons bared his teeth. "How can I guess?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "I also know that you definitely won't be able to guess. Now, the two of us have officially taken over the 10th team." The inner demons smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang was bewildered. The inner demons had told Lu Jiajin about this when they met in Hanzhong City, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. "We are already preparing to recruit new members," the inner demons said. "Where do we recruit members?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. To join the Death God Legion, one had to grasp the will of the Heavenly Tao. This was a well-known fact. As for the Central Dynasty, excluding the Death God Army, there were only slightly more than 5,000 Heavenly Tao experts on the surface. However, most of these people were from the 10 great clans. The direct family only accounted for a small portion. It was possible that there were such experts in the collateral families, but they were definitely few and far between. As such, it was basically meaningless for the inner demons and Big Cousin to recruit members. Furthermore, Dong Qingyuan had a grudge against the inner demons. Dong Qingyuan definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch the 10th squad under their command grow stronger day by day. In other words, Dong Qingyuan must have done something. When we recruit members, we don't necessarily have to look for those from the direct family. We can also look for the Demon King of the Kunpengsi region and the Beast King of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. The inner demons smiled cruelly. Demon King? Beast King? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was a good idea. There were a total of 10,000 Demon Kings in the Kunpengsi region alone. Although they had already killed hundreds of Demon Kings, there were still more than 9,000 left. It didn't affect them much. However, would the Kunpeng and the Dragon God let them go? After all, these Demon Kings and Beast Kings were the generals under the command of the Kunpeng and the Dragon God. This depends on our means. Furthermore, the reason why we are recruiting members is also for your sake. The inner demons smiled cruelly. For my sake. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't quite understand these words. As long as they enter the Death God Army, as the commander and deputy commander, they will have to do whatever we tell them to do. When the time comes, we will find an opportunity to kill them. Won't there be a large number of ultimate profound inheritances of the strongest law in your pocket? The madman smiled cruelly. Good idea. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. If this plan succeeded, he would at least get tens of thousands of inheritances. Moreover, it was also equivalent to weakening the strength of the Central Dynasty. Killing two birds with one stone. How is it? Our plan is not bad, right? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. Very good. Then you guys work hard and recruit more members. Also, be careful of Dong Qingyuan secretly causing trouble. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't worry. Big Cousin has long seen through what he is scheming in his heart. He won't give him this chance. The inner demons sneered and asked curiously, where are you hiding now? Qingfeng City. City Lord's Mansion. Qin Feiyang said. Damn, ran to Qingfeng City again? You really are a sly one. The inner demons' mouth twitched. Qingfeng City was the place where Qin Feiyang and others first appeared, which was also the most dangerous place. According to common sense, they would never go to Qingfeng City again. But this guy just didn't play by the rules. Now, no one would have thought that he was hiding in the City Lord's mansion of Qingfeng City. There is one more thing. The young City Lord of Qingfeng City, Ji Xiaowu, is deeply appreciated by senior brother Madman. If there is a chance, take care of him. Qin Feiyang said. Appreciated by Madman? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin looked at each other. This was really a bit unexpected. Although they didn't know Madman for long, they already knew Madman's character. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter his eyes. I have also observed that this Ji Xiaowu is indeed a talent. Unfortunately, he was born in the Central Dynasty. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. It's really a sad thing. The inner demons laughed and said, "All right, we will go and do our work first. You should hurry up and cultivate." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. After ending the communication, Qin Feiyang put away the transmission godstone with a smile on his face. He really didn't expect that the current emperor would trust them so much. This saved him a lot of trouble. Master Consecrator, outside, in the backyard. Suddenly, a hurried voice was heard. A maid ran over in a panic and looked at the gate of the courtyard. The Sea Lion Demon King walked out and frowned. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" He was in seclusion when he was suddenly woken up. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Master Consecrator, please calm down. I didn't mean to disturb Master Consecrator's meditation. I really have something urgent." The maid looked rather anxious, as if she had encountered something very bad. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the maid, his expression eased, and said, "Speak slowly." "Young City Lord." "He went to Fengyang City," the maid called out. "Fengyang City?" The Sea Lion Demon King was stunned. What the hell was that place? As long as it was a place he didn't know, it must be an ordinary small city. Ji Xiaowu went to such a small city, what was there to be anxious about? Maybe he just went out to relax. "Master, don't you know?" The maid looked at the Sea Lion Demon King suspiciously. Wasn't this Master Consecrator a good friend of the young city lord's grandfather? Why didn't he even know the situation in Fengyang City? "I don't know." "Hurry up and say it, don't be long-winded." The Sea Lion Demon King urged impatiently. "The young city lord's mother is in Fengyang City," the maid said. "What? His mother is in Fengyang City? Isn't that a good thing? He must have gone to Fengyang City to see his mother. Why are you so flustered?" The Sea Lion Demon King was puzzled. "It seems that you really don't know the situation of the young city lord." The maid sighed. "What's the situation?" At this moment, a voice sounded in the room. Qin Feiyang walked out quickly and looked at the Sea Lion Demon King and the maid suspiciously. "Aren't you in seclusion?" The Sea Lion Demon King was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I have something to tell you, but as soon as I came out, I heard you talking about Fengyang City. What's the situation?" "I don't know either. He said that Ji Xiaowu went to Fengyang City and it seems that things are not good." The Sea Lion Demon King shook his head and turned to look at the maid, saying, "Take a breath first and tell me slowly." The maid took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This matter has to start from a long time ago." Hearing this, the Sea Lion Demon King immediately entered the room, brought a chair, and sat with Qin Feiyang, listening carefully to the maid's story. It turned out that Fengyang City was not a small city. In terms of scale, it was considered a medium-sized city. And the person in charge of Fengyang City was called Dong Daqian, the city lord of Fengyang City. Moreover, he also had another identity, and that was the patriarch of the direct family. However, Dong Daqian's family was only at the bottom of all the direct families. But even if it was at the bottom, it was not comparable to the collateral families. Because in Dong Daqian's family, there were two powerhouses with the will of the heavens. And Dong Daqian had another identity, he was Ji Xiaowu's grandfather. That's right. Biological grandfather. Ji Xiaowu's mother was naturally Dong Daqian's biological daughter. When Ji Daxiong was young, he was also considered a talent. He used various methods to successfully capture the heart of Ji Xiaowu's mother. The two of them lived together and soon gave birth to Ji Xiaowu. But Ji Xiaowu's mother knew that her father, Dong Daqian, would not allow her to marry a collateral family member. This was because the direct family looked down on the collateral family, just like how the direct family looked down on the direct family. In the eyes of the direct family, the collateral family members were third-rate untouchables. Dong Daqian, as the patriarch of the direct family and the city lord of Fengyang City, naturally would not allow his daughter to marry Ji Daxiong. Because for the direct family, this was a disgrace. Although Ji Xiaowu's mother had been trying her best to hide it from Dong Daqian, paper could not wrap the fire. When Ji Xiaowu was 10 years old, Dong Daqian suddenly appeared. At that time, Ji Daxiong was not the city lord of Qingfeng City. The family of 3 lived in seclusion in a small town and lived a comfortable life. But with the arrival of Dong Daqian, their peaceful life was directly broken. When Dong Daqian saw that his daughter had not only privately agreed to marry a collateral family member, but also that the child was already so big, he was furious on the spot and wanted to kill the father and son. In the end, it was only when Ji Xiaowu's mother begged that Dong Daqian let them go. But the price was also very high. Ji Xiaowu's mother followed Dong Daqian back to Fengyang City and was never allowed to see Ji Daxiong and Ji Xiaowu. Chapter 44-59. So since then, the young city lord has never seen his mother again. After saying this, the maid couldn't help but sigh deeply, her face full of sympathy for Ji Xiaowu. I didn't expect him to have such an encounter. The sea lion demon king sighed. Qin Feiyang's expression was also a little complicated. He asked, then Ji Xiaowu didn't take the initiative to look for his mother? Yes. Definitely. Especially when they just separated, he would go to Fengyang City every few days. He cried and begged to see his mother. However, not only did Dong Daqian not care about the relationship between grandfather and grandson, he even asked his guards to verbally abuse, punch, and kick the young city lord. Almost every time he went to Fengyang City, the young city lord would return with scars all over his body. The maid said, her eyes a little wet. This Dong Daqian is too much. Aren't the collateral family members human? Besides, Ji Xiaowu is his biological grandson. Blood is thicker than water. The sea lion demon king said angrily. Our central dynasty is so cruel. It's not just Dong Daqian, the other direct families are the same. Especially the top 10 direct families. The first rule of their family is that the young people in the family are not allowed to marry the direct and collateral family members. Because in their opinion, marrying the direct and collateral family members will affect the bloodline power of their descendants. All, in their eyes, their bloodline power is nobler and purer than the bloodline power of our direct bloodline and collateral bloodline. The maid said. Noble, pure, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. It wasn't some special bloodline power. If it was the purple gold dragon blood or the golden bloodline power of the white-eyed wolf, he had no reason to refute it. After all, it was indeed very rare. But for the Dong clan, it was a very ordinary bloodline power. What kind of difference could there be? It was just a matter of vanity. He comforted himself and thought that he was superior. The sea lion demon king looked at the maid and asked suspiciously, are you worried that Ji Xiaowu will be beaten up again when he goes to Fengyang City this time? Yes. Furthermore, this time around, it's different from before. During this period of time, the young city lord lost his father and grandfather, so he was already in a bad mood. If he was humiliated and abused by the guards of Fengyang City, the young city lord might do something rash in a fit of anger. If we anger Dong Daqian, the young city lord will most likely die. So when I learned that the young city lord went to Fengyang City, I immediately came to you and asked you to help me go to Fengyang City. The maid anxiously looked at Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu. Her eyes were filled with pleading. What's wrong with this kid? Aren't they just adding to our troubles? The sea lion demon monarch was a little annoyed. Now, the death god army was hiding in all the major cities, waiting for them to show up. Therefore, at this time, it was best not to make a fuss if possible. If something were to happen, wouldn't it implicate them? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked up at the maid and said with a faint smile, don't be nervous. After all, he is his grandson. Dong Daqian may not kill him. You don't know Dong Daqian. He is vicious and merciless. He can do anything, the maid hurriedly said. But before the maid finished speaking, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, you can leave now. The maid's expression stiffened. What kind of offerings were these? With a belly full of resentment, she turned around and left angrily. What do you want me to do? The sea lion demon monarch turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously. It better not be something to risk his life for. I just want you to help Ji Xiaowu set up a time array that lasts 5,000 years a day. This way, he can integrate the inheritance faster. Qin Feiyang turned around and entered the hall with a faint smile. So that's how it is. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch nodded in realization. I just didn't expect to hear such an interesting thing. Okay, when Ji Xiaowu comes back, you can go and help him. I will go to the Black Tortoise world first. Qin Feiyang said. You really don't want to go to Fengyang City to take a look? The Sea Lion Demon Monarch asked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said in surprise, You're still cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Isn't it now that we need his help to hide our identities? If he really dies in Fengyang City, Qingfeng City will definitely change city lords. At that time, we won't be able to continue hiding in this backyard. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch laughed dryly. Then do you think we can go now? Fengyang City will definitely be heavily guarded. People who enter and leave will also be strictly interrogated. If we go to Fengyang City now, we will be walking into a trap. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then disappeared without a trace. That's true. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch slapped his head and laughed. Kid, you're on your own. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang sat in the castle, looking at the message in front of him. After pondering for a while, he took out the voice transmission God Stone. After waiting for a while, only then did a figure appear. It was the inner demons. What are you doing? I told you that we are going to recruit members. Why are you still sending us a message? The inner demons hid in the space divine item and stared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Because now, they were in a city lord's mansion and there were people everywhere. You guys go to Fengyang City. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Fengyang City? The inner demons was stunned. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, In our plan, we do need to go to Fengyang City because it is said that there are 2 experts with the will of heaven in Fengyang City. But why do you suddenly want us to go to Fengyang City? Go to Fengyang City and do me a small favor. Qin Feiyang explained the situation briefly. There is such a fun thing. The inner demons was immediately excited and laughed. Okay, we will go later. After saying that, the inner demons turned off the voice transmission God Stone. Qin Feiyang also put away the voice transmission God Stone and began to cultivate in seclusion. With the inner demons and his big cousin, these small problems were not a problem. After all, the 2 of them were now the commander and the deputy commander of the 10th team, not to mention a low-ranking family, even a direct descendant family had to give them some face. At this moment, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were at the first direct descendant family of the Central Dynasty mansion. Lu Jiajin sat opposite a middle-aged man in black. This middle-aged man was the head of the first direct descendant family. On the coffee table between the 2, there was a boiling teapot. Lu Jiajin held an exquisite teacup and tasted the tea with a calm expression. This was divine tea and the tea fragrance assailed his nostrils. Opposite, the middle-aged man in black pressed his hands on the coffee table and stared angrily at Lu Jiajin. The anger in his eyes seemed to be about to spurt out. You don't think you can scare me off by staring at me like this? Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. Crack. The middle-aged man in black suddenly clenched his hands. I admit that with your daughter's status in the Central Dynasty, even the members of the top 10 direct line clans have to give you some face. Unfortunately, I'm not from a direct line clan, and I'm not afraid of your daughter. Lu Jiajin smiled. If my daughter is at home right now, would you dare to say that? The middle-aged man in black roared. What do you think? Lu Jiajin looked at him indifferently. The middle-aged man clenched his hands tighter and his face was frighteningly gloomy. I know that Dong Qingyuan must have sent someone to look for you. If I'm not wrong, it must be one of the commanders. But you have to understand that only by following the strong can you have a good future. After Lu Jiajin finished speaking, he continued to drink his tea. So you're saying that you're stronger than them? The middle-aged man sneered. Lu Jiajin looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him and smiled faintly while drinking his tea. Isn't this the truth? What an arrogant tone. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted. He didn't even take Dong Qingyuan seriously. Still not done. At this moment, the inner demons came out of the space treasure and looked at Lu Jiajin with a frown. The other party is a bit stubborn. Lu Jiajin shook his head and smiled. Stubborn. The inner demons looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Do you want to die? If you have the ability, try it." The middle-aged man also stood up and stared at the inner demons, not daring to show weakness. "Yo, you're quite brave." The inner demons suddenly laughed strangely, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. When faced with the killing intent of the inner demons, the middle-aged man couldn't help but panic. This was a ruthless person who dared to kill even Dong Qingyuan. Killing him now would definitely not have any scruples. At this moment, Lu Jiajin put down the teacup in his hand, got up and said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry to answer us. I'll give you a few days to think about it." After that, he looked at the inner demons and said, "Let's go." The killing intent in the inner demon's eyes disappeared, and the corners of his mouth lifted. He looked at the middle-aged man and joked, "Following Dong Qingyuan and the others is making an enemy of us. Think about it carefully." After that, he quickly caught up with Lu Jiajin and whispered a few words. "Fengyang City?" Lu Jiajin was stunned. "Yes." The inner demons nodded. "I definitely can't neglect my little cousin's orders. Let's go and take a look." Lu Jiajin smiled secretly and opened a space-time passage. Then, the two stepped into the passage without looking back and disappeared. Just as the two of them left, a woman in a fiery red dress appeared out of thin air and stood in front of the middle-aged man. This person was Dong Yuerong. "Commander, what should I do now?" The middle-aged man looked at Dong Yuerong and was at a loss for a moment. "Sigh. To be honest, I don't know what to do either. If they really want to attack you and your family, I can't help you." Dong Yuerong sighed. "Then why did you let us join the first team?" The middle-aged man said angrily. If they couldn't protect him and his family, what was the point of joining the first team? "You don't have to worry too much. Now that our army commander has a source of power in his hands, he can more or less restrain them a little." Dong Yuerong smiled comfortingly. "The source of power." The middle-aged man became spirited and whispered, "Since you have the source of power, why don't you just kill them and let them continue to be so arrogant? Do you think we don't want to kill them? But we don't dare to. They are highly regarded by the emperor. If we kill them, we won't be able to get away with it." Dong Yuerong said. "Isn't that simple? Find a chance to kill them secretly. When the emperor investigates, we will push the blame to Qin Feiyang and the others. We'll talk about it later. Even if the emperor finds out later that we killed them, will he take revenge for two dead people who don't have the same surname? At that time, at most, he will punish us." The middle-aged man sneered and his eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. "That's right." Dong Yuerong slapped her head. Since they couldn't do it openly, they would do it secretly. Anyway, now that Qin Feiyang and the others broke into the central dynasty, they could say that it was them who did it. Chapter 4460. Fengyang City. The scale of this city was several times larger than Qingfeng City. The population was also as many as 10 million. But the people here all had one shortcoming: arrogance. The arrogance of being superior to others. The arrogance of looking down on others. Living in Fengyang City was like a supreme glory. In front of the city gate, 10 guards set up checkpoints and seriously interrogated everyone who entered and exited the city. And those with a little strength could feel the aura of the barrier above the city. The aura even contained the aura of the will of the heavenly path. Obviously, the entire Fengyang City was shrouded in a barrier. The function of the barrier was to prevent people from opening a space-time channel, or activating a magical teleportation artifact, or using other means such as concealment to sneak into the city without anyone knowing. In other words, with this barrier, if you wanted to enter the city, you had to pass through the city gate. After passing through the city gate, you naturally had to be interrogated by the city guard. And it was not an ordinary interrogation. You had to pass through the inspection of the Heaven's Eye Stone. Only when there was no problem would you be allowed to enter the city. It had to be said. Qin Feiyang indeed had the foresight to not come to Fengyang City. Otherwise, it would be a problem to enter the city. Ever since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Central Dynasty, all places have been in a state of alert. They are not as free as before. Yes. Fortunately, I don't enter the city often. Unlike some merchants who go in and out of various cities every day, I'm afraid they now spend the whole day queuing up and getting checked. It's too much of a delay. Brother, you really understand us. Huh? You're a merchant. Yes. Now, I spend almost half of my time queuing up and getting checked. To be honest, this kind of law enforcement is not humane at all. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked Qin Feiyang and the others to break into the Central Dynasty? I heard that a place called Snowbear City suffered the revenge of Qin Feiyang and the others. In an instant, millions of people were turned into ashes. I really hope that the Death God army can find them soon and return peace to the Central Dynasty. The people standing in line in front of the city gate were full of complaints. At this moment, two figures descended in the sky. One had an ethereal temperament, while the other had a monstrous baleful aura. They were none other than the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. They are Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Sensing the aura of the two, everyone looked up and their pupils immediately shrank. What were the two of them doing in Phoenix Sun City? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were famous in the Central Dynasty. Almost everyone knew about them. The reason was none other than the fact that the two of them were powerful and extremely arrogant. Especially the inner demons. Even the 10 great lineal clans were nothing in their eyes. They could come and go as they pleased. Following the arrival of the inner demons, the people in the queue retreated to the side, their eyes filled with awe. The inner demons laughed and walked to the front of the city gate as if there was no one around. Greetings to the two commanders. The 10 city guards also hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Commander, what's the situation? The surrounding people couldn't help but be startled. The inner demons sized up the 10 city guards and said mockingly, news spread pretty fast. You already know that we are the commander and vice-commander of the 10th Division of the Death God Legion? What? They are the commander and vice-commander of the 10th Division of the Death God Legion? Amazing. At such a young age, he became the commander of the Death God army, ruling over a region and ruling over the world. Everyone was discussing. The fear in their eyes was even more intense. Even a single member of the Death God Legion had the power to kill all living beings in the world, let alone the commanders of the Death God Legion. Not long ago, the City Lord's mansion sent the news that the two of you have become commanders. I wonder why the two of you have suddenly come to Phoenix Sun City. The 10 city guards smiled flatteringly, afraid of offending the two of them. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and said angrily, what right do you have to know about our affairs? Yes, yes, yes. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn. The 10 people hurriedly retreated to the side. Not to mention interrogating them, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The inner demons snorted coldly and stepped into the city with Lu Jiajin, instantly disappearing without a trace. These two people are indeed not easy to get along with. The 10 guards kept wiping the cold sweat on their foreheads, full of fear. One of the guards suddenly looked at his companion and asked, should we inform the city lord that they have entered our Phoenix Sun City? Of course. They are definitely up to no good by coming to our Phoenix Sun City. Send a message to the city lord immediately. At the same time, in the central area of the city, there was a huge mansion here. There were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and magnificent palaces, showing off a magnificent aura. There was a golden plaque hanging above the gate of the mansion. On it, the words City Lord's Mansion were written like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. At this moment, a young man was kneeling at the gate. That's right. This young man was kneeling at the bottom of the steps outside the gate. He wore a purple robe and had a good appearance and temperament, but his brows were filled with sorrow. It's useless for you to kneel here. We won't let you in. Get lost as soon as possible. This is not a place you should be. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless later. There were 4 guards on both sides of the gate, all looking coldly at the purple-clothed young man. Yes, This young man was Ji Xiaowu. Facing the humiliation and indifference of the 4 guards, Ji Xiaowu clenched his fists tightly and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. "Didn't you hear that we told you to get lost?" One of the guards frowned, took a step forward, and kicked Ji Xiaowu. Streams of blood flowed from the corner of Ji Xiaowu's mouth. It made him look extremely miserable. But he still endured it. Just like in the past, no matter how they beat and scolded him, he didn't fight back. Because he only had one goal, to see his mother. As long as he could see his mother, it didn't matter how much he was beaten, scolded, and humiliated. He got up again and continued to kneel on the ground. Seeing how stubborn Ji Xiaowu was, the guard's eyes became fiercer. "For a lowly person like you to kneel in front of the City Lord Mansion is a disgrace to us. Get lost. Don't ask for a snub." The other 3 guards spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with disgust. Ji Xiaowu still didn't say anything. The 4 guards gradually lost their patience. "Don't you understand?" The guard who kicked Ji Xiaowu took a step forward, grabbed Ji Xiaowu's clothes, and shouted, "The family head hates you. If it wasn't for your mother's pleading, you would have been dead. Now, Ji Zhongming and Ji Daxiong have died one after another, leaving you as an orphan." Orphan? Ji Xiaowu's body shook, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. He roared, "I'm not an orphan, I'm still your mother." The death of Ji Zhongming and Ji Daxiong was a pain in his heart. Now that the guard said it without mercy, it tore open his scar. How would he be able to control himself? "How dare you yell at me?" The guard let out a ferocious smile and punched Ji Xiaowu's abdomen, causing him to spurt out blood with a pale face. "I didn't want to beat you up, since you just lost your family. But you didn't know what was good for you. Like father, like son." The other 3 guards surrounded Ji Xiaowu and rubbed their palms together with mocking smiles. Ji Xiaowu clenched his fists and glared at the 3. "Tell me clearly, what do you mean by like father, like son? We've already found out what your father did before he died. In order to survive, he threw away his dignity in Hanzhong City and crawled into the City Lord Mansion. He was even humiliated by Dong Tianxiang. And now, you're the same, kneeling here pitifully. Isn't that like father, like son? Both father and son are trash. Luckily, the family head didn't agree to let the first miss marry your father. Otherwise, we would be humiliated with you." The 4 guards laughed coldly. Hearing these words, Ji Xiaowu's hands instantly turned red. These people could humiliate him, but they couldn't humiliate his father. Although this matter was indeed his father's fault, he was already dead now. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Why wouldn't they let a dead person go? Moreover, why did his father become so extreme? Wasn't it because these people forcefully separated his father and mother back then? From the moment Dong Daqian had taken his mother away, his father had become a completely different person. His thirst for power and strength had become unprecedented. And you even dared to offend Dong Hanzong. Who is Dong Hanzong? Even we don't dare to offend Dong Hanzong. How dare you lowly people offend him? You were even used by Qin Feiyang and the others. How stupid. We don't want to be blamed by Dong Hanzong, and we don't want to have anything to do with an orphan like you. If you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. Otherwise, our fists won't have eyes." The 4 guards sneered. "I'll say it again. I'm not an orphan." The anger and resentment that had accumulated for many years in Ji Xiaowu's heart could no longer be controlled and completely exploded. He just wanted to see his mother. Why was it so difficult? After all, this was his grandfather's home. Blood was thicker than water. But why were they so cold-blooded and heartless? You're an orphan. An orphan that no one wants. You're a pitiful worm that no one loves and cares for. Do you really think we don't know what you're planning? Ji Zhongming and Ji Daxiong died one after another. You lost your support, so you thought of us to ask for a meal here. Let me tell you, you'd better give up on this idea. It'll never happen. The 4 guards mocked mercilessly. An orphan that no one wants, a pitiful worm that no one loves and cares for. These words kept echoing in Ji Xiaowu's mind, constantly destroying his strong heart. He almost fell into the abyss of collapse. Chapter 4461. Third. At this moment, with the sound of footsteps, an old man in his 50s walked out quickly. Patriarch. The 4 guards quickly went up to greet him. This person was Ji Xiaowu's grandfather, Dong Daqian. Grandfather. When Ji Xiaowu saw Dong Daqian come out, he instinctively wanted to call him grandfather, but when he thought of his grandfather's attitude towards him in the past, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He knelt on the ground again, lowered his head and said, "Lord, please let me see my mother, even if it's just from a distance." Dong Daqian looked at Ji Xiaowu without any affection in his eyes, only indifference and disgust. Then, he looked at the 4 guards and said, "I just received news from the city guards that Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian have come to our Fengyang city. Quickly throw him out of the city, lest he embarrasses us." Why did they come to our Fengyang city? The 4 guards were surprised. "I don't know. We're not qualified to ask about this matter. By the way, tell the people below to be obedient and don't cause any trouble." Dong Daqian said in a deep voice. "Yes." The 4 guards nodded respectfully. After that, Dong Daqian turned around and entered the mansion, not looking at Ji Xiaowu from beginning to end. "Grandfather, Lord, please let me see her," Ji Xiaowu roared hysterically. But Dong Daqian didn't seem to hear him and left without looking back. Why? She's my biological mother. Why are you stopping me? I don't even have the right to see my mother," Ji Xiaowu roared. Now that his father and grandfather were dead, he only had his mother left. He originally thought that the death of his father and grandfather might make Dong Daqian sympathize with him. As long as he had a better attitude and was more sincere, he might be able to see his mother. But he didn't expect that he was even colder than before. He wasn't even willing to look at him. "Why? Because you're the descendant of a lowly person, you're not qualified to step through our door. Throw him out of the city and tell the city guards not to let him enter our Fengyang city again. If he dares to force his way in, kill him directly." One of the guards sneered. The other guard immediately grabbed Ji Xiaowu's arm and dragged him out of the city as if he was dragging a dead dog. "Kill." The guard's words echoed in Ji Xiaowu's mind. Now, even his right to enter Fengyang city had been taken away. "No. I can't accept this. I must see my mother." The anger in his heart exploded. A powerful aura burst out from his body. This strength was only limited to ordinary people. For people like Qin Feiyang, this aura was like child's play. After all, Ji Xiaowu's cultivation wasn't even at the peak sovereign realm. In other words, he was at the perfect sovereign realm. In other words, he had only comprehended the 5th profundity of the 5 laws. However, because it was too sudden, the guard didn't have time to react. Ji Xiaowu's palm struck the guard's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and his face to turn pale. However, this kind of injury was nothing to the guards. Because the guard's cultivation was at the peak sovereign realm, although he was only at the peak sovereign realm and hadn't even grasped an ultimate Tao, he wasn't someone Ji Xiaowu could seriously injure. However, Ji Xiaowu's action had undoubtedly angered the guard. He immediately turned around and grabbed Ji Xiaowu, who was about to rush to the City Lord mansion. He directly pressed him into the void and punched and kicked him crazily. Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. "How dare you sneak attack me? I really don't know. See if I don't cripple you today." Monstrous anger continued to be vented on Ji Xiaowu. Below, the 3 guards standing in front of the City Lord's mansion coldly watched this scene. Not far away, the people in the city quickly noticed the scene in the sky. What's going on? Wait. The person being beaten seems to be Ji Xiaowu. He actually came to Fengyang city again? How pitiful. What's pitiful? He's just the son of a side family. His death isn't worth regretting. If I were the patriarch, I would have killed him long ago. He's simply a disgrace to our main family. The people in the city also looked indifferent and emotionless. In less than 10 breaths, Ji Xiaowu lay paralyzed in the void, his body dripping with blood as he screamed weakly. Facing the guard, he had no strength to fight back at all. He could only be beaten up. His Ji Xiaowu. How pitiful. Even the guards don't treat him as a human. In an empty alley, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin stood side by side. They looked up at Ji Xiaowu, who was being beaten up, with sympathy in their eyes. Since he's someone the lunatic admires, we can't let him be beaten to death. Let's go. It's time for us to be chivalrous. The inner demon snickered. Chivalrous? Lu Jiajin shook his head and laughed. This excuse was indeed dignified. Whoosh. The two immediately rose into the air and appeared in front of everyone. They are Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng. They really came to Fengyang City. These are two ferocious people who even dared to kill Dong Qingyuan. I've heard rumors about them before, but I didn't expect to see them in person today. But why did they come to Fengyang City? According to the rumors, they are now the commander and deputy commander of the 10th team of the Death God Legion, and they are under orders to reorganize the 10th team. Maybe they came to Fengyang City to recruit members. Reorganize the 10th team? What do you mean? You still don't know? The 10th team was almost wiped out in the Forbidden Ocean. There's such a thing. I really don't know who did it. Apart from Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wings Wolf King, who else could it be? So it's them. I heard that the 10th team of the Death God Legion has 10,000 experts who have grasped the will of the heavens. Such a terrifying lineup, but they were almost wiped out. How terrifying. Everyone was whispering to each other and discussing. In the sky. Seeing the two inner demons appear, the expression of the guard who was beating Ji Xiaowu changed slightly. He quickly stopped and ran to the two inner demons. He bowed and said, "Greetings to the two commanders. What's going on?" The inner demons looked at Ji Xiaowu and asked suspiciously. "Nothing. He's just a pariah from the branch family. I'll throw him out of the city immediately." After saying that, the guard turned around and rushed to Ji Xiaowu. He grabbed Ji Xiaowu and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute," the inner demons said. The guard was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the inner demons suspiciously and asked, "Do you have any other orders?" "Your words. I don't like it. If the members of the branch family are pariahs, then aren't we, who have different surnames, worse than pariahs?" The inner demon's eyes flashed coldly. No, I definitely didn't mean that." The guard was stunned and quickly waved his hand to explain. Although the two of them had different surnames, in the entire Central Dynasty, no one dared to say anything about them behind their backs. Because they wanted to live for a few more years. At this moment, Ji Xiaowu's consciousness had also recovered a lot. When he saw the inner demons, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He begged, "Sirs, please help me." "Shut up." The guard snorted. "Let him speak. I'd like to see who it is and what it is that can make the people of the City Lord's mansion to make such a big fuss." The inner demon's face was full of curiosity. "It's really nothing. Don't let a pariah, a nobody affect your mood." The guard smiled flatteringly. "Do you need me to say it again?" The inner demons glanced at the guard. Blood surged in his eyes. "I wouldn't dare." The guard hurriedly shook his head. He secretly glared at Ji Xiaowu and said, "If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll send you to hell and reunite with your father and grandfather." Then, he let go of Ji Xiaowu. Ji Xiaowu weakly ran to the inner demons and cried, "Sirs, I'm not asking for much. I just want to see my mother. Please help me." Ji Xiaowu. The guard roared. Ji Xiaowu turned a deaf ear and kept kowtowing. "Please help me, Ji Xiaowu." The inner demons murmured and frowned. "You're the young city lord of Greenwind City?" "That's me." Ji Xiaowu nodded. "Commander, this person's father, Ji Daxiong, colluded with Qin Feiyang and almost destroyed Hanzhong City. As Ji Daxiong's son, he can't be forgiven." The guard said. "Don't slander us. Sirs, don't listen to his nonsense." At that time, Qin Feiyang and the others changed their faces. "We didn't know their true identity at all, let alone colluding with them. It's all made up by him." Ji Xiaowu hurriedly looked at the inner demons and explained. "Only you know whether you know their true identity or not. How can we outsiders know if you're telling the truth? Maybe you and your father already know." The guard sneered. Ji Xiaowu panicked. But then, the inner demons suddenly looked at the guard and raised his eyebrows. "Do you think I'm a fool?" "Huh." The guard was stunned. Where did this come from? The Death God Army has already investigated Ji Daxiong's matter. They really didn't know the identity of Qin Feiyang and the others. Besides, if Ji Daxiong knew, why didn't he say it when he went to find Dong Hanzong? Even an idiot can understand this, but you're still making it up. Do you think we're fools? The inner demon's eyes flashed with killing intent. I deserve to die. The guard panicked and quickly knelt in the void. You do deserve to die. The heart demon waved his hand, and the death law's ultimate profundity appeared, crushing the guard. With a miserable shriek, the guard died on the spot, his soul and body destroyed. He's really cruel. He kills for no reason. The people in the city below all had terrified looks on their faces. It's that guard's fault for courting death. Why did he make it up if he didn't say anything? If Ji Daxiong really colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others, how could Ji Xiaowu still be alive? The Death God army would have killed him long ago. There were also people who were indifferent. This guard thought himself to be clever. Chapter 4462. Looking at the inner demon's means, Ji Xiaowu's heart trembled. Who was stronger between Lu Yuntian and Qin Feiyang? The inner demons looked at Ji Xiaowu and said lightly, "We're going to the City Lord's mansion. Come with us." To the City Lord's mansion. Ji Xiaowu was shocked and quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, Commander. You're welcome. I'm a kind and good person." Ha ha, the inner demons laughed and flew toward the City Lord's mansion. A kind and good person, maybe, Ji Xiaowu murmured and looked up at the City Lord's mansion with excitement in his eyes. He murmured, "Mother, I can finally see you." The people in the city below didn't think so. Good person? Don't joke. If you're kind and good, then there are no bad people in the world. How shameless. But they only dared to murmur this in their hearts. Facing the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, no one dared to stop them from stepping into the City Lord's mansion. Even Ji Xiaowu, who was behind them, didn't dare to run out to stop them. The three guards at the door looked at each other and chose to turn a blind eye. What a joke. This was the famous Lu Yunfeng, Lu Yuntian, who even dared to kill Dong Qingyuan. Who did these guards think they were? If they dared to stop them, they would definitely be the same as the other guard. Even their souls wouldn't have a chance to escape. I didn't expect the two commanders to come to Fengyang City in person. It's really the supreme honor of Fengyang City. Accompanied by a hoarse laughter, Dong Daqian rushed out of the mansion and landed in front of the inner demons. Unlike before when he faced Ji Xiaowu, his face was full of flattery. Don't flatter. The inner demons waved his hand. Dong Daqian's face stiffened. There was a saying that one shouldn't hit a smiling person. But this person didn't give him any face at all. However, he didn't dare to be angry. He glanced at Ji Xiaowu and asked with a smile, "What brings you here?" Looking at Dong Daqian's attitude toward the inner demons, Ji Xiaowu fully understood how important strength was at this moment. If he also had the strength of the inner demons, would Dong Daqian dare to treat him like this? At this moment, he had an unheard-of thirst for power. He quietly touched his interspatial ring. As long as he fused with the Six Paths inheritance in the interspatial ring, he would become an elite with the will of heaven. By then, would these people still dare to call him a lowly commoner? How would they dare to humiliate him? Just wait and see. Sooner or later, without needing anyone's help, he would be able to step into the City Lord's mansion openly. It's nothing. We heard that you have two powerhouses with will of the heavens here, so we came to ask if they are interested in joining the Death God army. The inner demons said. You really did come for this matter. Dong Daqian's. It was the people of the first direct family who sent the message. Therefore, before the inner demons entered the City Lord's mansion, he already knew the purpose of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin's visit to Fengyang City. The people of the first direct family told him that no matter what the inner demons said, he shouldn't agree to join the 10th team. However, he didn't have the courage to face the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Let's not talk about this first. This kid, the inner demons waved his hand and suddenly forgot Ji Xiaowu's name. He looked at Ji Xiaowu and asked, "What's your name?" Ji Xiaowu. Ji Xiaowu said truthfully, "Yes, Ji Xiaowu." The inner demons nodded and looked at Dong Daqian. Ji Xiaowu wants to see his mother. What's wrong with you? Why did you imprison his mother in the city lord's mansion? Don't tell me you're coveting his mother's beauty. As soon as these words came out, both Ji Xiaowu and Dong Daqian were stunned. What was he talking about? How could a father covet his daughter's beauty? Sir, you misunderstood. My mother is his daughter. Ji Xiaowu came back to his senses and hurriedly explained. He didn't want to make a big joke. Daughter. The inner demons was taken aback. Of course, he knew. Qin Feiyang had already told him, but he pretended not to know. He laughed dryly and said, I'm sorry, but since Ji Xiaowu's mother is your daughter, then he is your grandson. Why do you treat your grandson like this? Why don't you let them see each other? Dong Daqian glanced at the inner demons, then looked at Ji Xiaowu angrily and said with a flattering smile, Sir, this is also our family's business. What do you think? What he meant was, you're an outsider. Why do you care so much? I'm really curious. Let's hear it. The inner demons obviously understood the meaning of Dong Daqian's words, but he pretended not to understand. Dong Daqian was in a dilemma. Sir, it's like this, Ji Xiaowu told the inner demons the truth. So it's like this. Collateral families pariah, collateral families people are really so lowly? You don't even recognize your own grandson? You even want to kill him? You old thing, you're really ruthless. The inner demons looked at Dong Daqian mockingly. Hearing this, Dong Daqian's face flashed with anger. He smiled apologetically and said, You're right. I didn't consider this matter carefully. If there's a chance in the future, I'll try my best to make it up to him. As the head of the family, he was not stupid. At a glance, he could see that the inner demons had already sympathized with Ji Xiaowu. At this time, if he continued to treat Ji Xiaowu like before, it would definitely arouse the disgust of this person. Maybe a disaster would come. I don't need anything to make up to him. I just want to see my mother. Ji Xiaowu shook his head, his eyes full of longing and desire. Looking at Ji Xiaowu's eyes at this moment, the figure of a woman appeared in the inner demon's mind. That figure was Lu Qiuyu. Although he was the inner demon's, his heart was full of affection for Lu Qiuyu, and he missed her all the time. Sigh. He sighed secretly and looked at Dong Daqian. What you're doing is really bad. According to the secular world, you're wicked and will shorten your life. Let them reunite. Dong Daqian's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, could not help but clench tightly. What? Do you really want to separate them for the rest of their lives? One is your biological daughter, and the other is your biological grandson. How can you be so cruel? I can understand Ji Xiaowu's feelings. This kind of pain is enough to break a person with a fragile heart. At this point, the inner demons changed the topic and said angrily with a murderous aura, So, Dong Qingyuan must die. No, he dares to harm my family. I'll let him experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. As soon as these words came out, the whole city was shocked. Dong Qingyuan must die? These words were said directly without any concealment. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Yuntian did not take Dong Qingyuan seriously at all, and he was not afraid of Dong Qingyuan finding out. So domineering. If only I could be like him one day. Ji Xiaowu looked at the inner demons with admiration. This was the courage that a man should have. At the same time, Dong Daqian's eyes trembled. Because when these words fell into his ears, they had a different meaning. It felt like these words were meant for him. He could not help but feel fear in his heart. What? Is my face not enough? The inner demons looked at Dong Daqian. No, no. Dong Daqian hurriedly waved his hand. In the central dynasty, who would dare to disrespect you? The inner demons shouted, then hurry up and call his mother out. Dong Daqian looked flustered. What? The inner demons approached step by step, almost suffocating Dong Daqian. To tell you the truth, my lord. Dong Daqian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked at the inner demons and sighed. My daughter is no longer here. No longer here? The inner demons were stunned. Where did mother go? Ji Xiaowu could not help but be stunned and quickly asked. Dong Daqian looked at Ji Xiaowu with a trace of sadness and anger. She's dead. What? Ji Xiaowu was thunderstruck. He was dumbfounded. Mother was dead. This must be a lie. How was this possible? You're not lying to us, are you? The inner demons could not help but frown. No. She's really dead. Dong Daqian shook his head and clenched his fists even tighter. He stared at Ji Xiaowu with anger and hatred in his eyes. Impossible. Ji Xiaowu shook his head and suddenly jumped in front of Dong Daqian. His eyes were blood-red like a mad beast. He roared, "You must be lying to me. Let me tell you, all of this is a lie." "A lie? I really hope that this is a lie," Dong Daqian whispered. "No, I don't believe it. Mother has always been in Fengyang City. How could she be dead?" Ji Xiaowu roared. From the moment they separated at the age of 10, he had been looking forward to this moment. But he did not expect that what he was looking forward to was the bad news of his mother's death. He was going crazy. No matter what, he did not want to believe that this was true. How could she be dead? "It's all because of you and your father." Dong Daqian was also angry. He kicked Ji Xiaowu's lower abdomen fiercely, shattering his energy sea on the spot. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He lay in the void and stared at Dong Daqian like a demon. At this moment, facing Ji Xiaowu's eyes, Dong Daqian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This is a little unexpected. The inner demons frowned. There should be something hidden in this. Lu Jiajin transmitted his voice and glanced at Ji Xiaowu, whose eyes were red. This young man's fate would be changed because of this. Of course. After I brought my daughter back, I really couldn't bear it. She secretly promised to marry a collateral family member and even gave birth to a child. And since she came back, she came to me every day and asked me to let her go. I didn't agree, and she didn't want to eat or drink. Every day, she would say Ji Xiaowu's name. She was like a walking corpse. I had to find a way to stop her from thinking about him. So, I thought of a marriage alliance. As long as she married and had a child with another man, she would gradually forget Ji Daxiong and Ji Xiaowu. However, when I was halfway through my plan, I accidentally let her know. In order to resist, she would rather die than submit. In the end, she even destroyed her own divine soul in front of me. Speaking of this, Dong Daqian lowered his head and glared at Ji Xiaowu, roaring, "If it weren't for you and your father, would my daughter have died? It's you who made me lose her. Although you are my biological grandson, there is only hatred in my heart for you. If she hadn't asked me not to make things difficult for you before she died, you and your father would have been buried with her." Dong Daqian was furious. His entire being was like an enraged wild beast, filled with hostility. Chapter 4463. This was a tragedy. And it was a tragedy that Dong Daqian had personally caused. If it weren't for him stopping Ji Xiaowu's parents, how could this have happened? But at this moment, not only did he not reflect on himself, but he also pushed all the blame to Ji Daxiong and Ji Xiaowu. He should be looking for psychological comfort. He didn't dare to face it bravely, so he forced the sin on others. Mother, Ji Xiaowu lay in the void, exuding a sense of sadness all over his body. It wasn't easy to enter the city lord mansion and have a chance to see his mother, but in the end, he was greeted with such bad news. Even in his dreams, he wanted to see his mother. But now, countless days and nights of anticipation had turned into nothing. This kind of direct blow to the heart had far exceeded what he could bear. Sigh. Looking at Ji Xiaowu's appearance, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin couldn't help but sigh. Now, it wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they couldn't. Because they didn't have the ability to bring people back to life. How long has this happened? Lu Jiajin looked at Dong Daqian and asked. It has been a long time. At that time, Ji Xiaowu was only in his 20s. Dong Daqian lowered his head and said. When I was in my 20s, I had already lost my mother, Ji Xiaowu murmured, looked up and stared at Dong Daqian, roaring, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? She is my biological mother. I have the right to know all this. She is also my daughter. I have the right to not let you know." Dong Daqian said angrily, "Old bastard, I'll kill you." Ji Xiaowu roared hysterically and pounced on Dong Daqian as if he had gone crazy. It was all because of this person that his mother died. Even his father's death had something to do with this person. Because back then, if it weren't for this person who forcibly separated his parents, his father wouldn't have gone to extremes, wouldn't have become so unscrupulous and blinded by greed. If he hadn't separated them, their family of 3 would definitely have lived in seclusion in the mountains and lived a peaceful life together. If all of this was really the case, they naturally wouldn't have met Qin Feiyang and his father and grandfather wouldn't have suffered. Think about it. How wonderful would it be for a family to live together peacefully and without any worries? But Dong Daqian had ruined all of this beautiful scene. What was even worse was, Dong Daqian even forced her mother to marry another man. In the end, he was forced to death. As such, Ji Xiaowu's heart was filled with hatred. His grandfather and father had met with misfortune one after another, but he still had hope in his heart because he still had his mother. But now, even his only hope was gone. At this moment, his heart felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, swallowed by endless darkness. In his eyes, there was only hatred for Dong Daqian. "You're courting death," Dong Daqian roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he threw a punch at Ji Xiaowu. But at this moment, the inner demons took a step forward and landed behind Ji Xiaowu. They slapped the back of Ji Xiaowu's head, and Ji Xiaowu immediately fainted. Dong Daqian was taken aback and couldn't help but stop. The inner demons frowned and said, "He is your biological grandson. You, his grandfather, have become his only family in this world. Are you sure you want to kill him? I will never acknowledge his identity. He will never step into my house." Dong Daqian didn't hesitate at all. His words were full of indifference. "You're ruthless. Few people can make me admire you. You're one of them." The inner demons shook his head, rolled up Ji Xiaowu, and turned to walk toward Lu Jiajin. Dong Daqian was surprised. Why did they take Ji Xiaowu away? Besides, weren't they here to recruit members? Why did they leave? The inner demons walked to Lu Jiajin and said with a smile, "Let's go." "Okay." Lu Jiajin nodded lightly and opened a space-time passage. Then the two took Ji Xiaowu into the space-time passage without looking back and disappeared without a trace. This scene made Dong Daqian frown involuntarily. Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian were too calm. He couldn't help but feel flustered. "Patriarch, what are they doing?" A group of guards flew up. "This Ji Xiaowu is really lucky." Dong Daqian came back to his senses and clenched his hands together. His eyes were full of murderous intent. "Lucky?" The group of guards looked at each other. "Can't you see? Ji Xiaowu has already won the sympathy of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Maybe in the future, these two will become his backers. At that time, even we will have to be careful." Dong Daqian roared, his eyes gloomy. Unheard of. The group of guards' pupils shrank. If he really had Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian as his backers, wouldn't Ji Xiaowu be able to do whatever he wanted in the central dynasty? Perhaps even the top 10 families would have to be courteous to him. Because this was the deterrent power of Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian. "Patriarch, why don't we?" A trace of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of one of the guards. Dong Daqian understood. He lowered his head and pondered for a while before shaking his head and saying, "You're not capable enough. Do what you need to do. I will handle this matter myself." The success rate of letting these guards assassinate Ji Xiaowu was not high at all. He had to send a few powerhouses. There couldn't be any mistakes. Kill him in one blow. I didn't expect that this kid's mother had passed away. Dong Daqian's ability to keep it a secret is really good. If we hadn't appeared today, I'm afraid this kid would still be in the dark. Outside the city, on a mountain, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin looked at the unconscious Ji Xiaowu lying on the ground with mixed emotions. At this moment, the inner demons had an indescribable sense of happiness in his heart. Although he had left the great Qin Empire for many years, from the beginning to the end, there were still people who missed him and cared about him. Compared to Ji Xiaowu, he was much luckier. Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons suspiciously and asked, "What do you plan to do with him? Didn't I already give him the ultimate inheritance? It's only a matter of time before he rises." But for now, the inner demons frowned. Dong Dakian wouldn't let Ji Xiaowu go so easily. He would definitely find a way to kill him. If he was strangled in the cradle, it would be meaningless no matter how many inheritances he had. How about this? We incorporate him into the Death God army? Suddenly, the inner demon's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Jiajin and said, "Him?" Lu Jiajin was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, "With his current strength, he's not qualified to enter the Death God army." Who said that one can't enter the Death God army without mastering the will of heaven? We'll talk about it later. He's not going to other teams. He's coming to our 10th team. With the two of us here, who dares to say anything? The inner demons smiled proudly. That's true. Lu Jiajin nodded, lowered his head and thought for a while. He smiled and said, "How about this? We'll let him be a reserve member first. After he masters the will of heaven, we'll let him enter the Death God army." Okay. Anyway, as long as he has a status. Whether he's an official member or a reserve member, he's a member of the Death God army. The inner demons nodded. As long as he became a member of the Death God army, Ji Xiaowu's safety would be guaranteed. Qin Feiyang and the others would also be able to avoid a lot of trouble in Greenwind City. In the evening, Greenwind City, a dejected figure lowered his head and silently entered the City Lord mansion. Young City Lord. When a few guards saw this person, they hurriedly surrounded him, their faces full of concern. That's right. This person was Ji Xiaowu. Young City Lord, why did you only come back now? We were almost worried to death. Why are there so many bloodstains on your body? Did Dong Dakian bully you again? More guards and maids rushed over. In addition to concern, there was also anger on their faces. Feeling the caring gazes around him, Ji Xiaowu's empty eyes gradually regained their color. Slowly, he raised his head and looked at the crowd. Young City Lord, seeing that Ji Xiaowu finally had a reaction, everyone's faces suddenly surged with uncontrollable joy. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Ji Xiaowu smiled. Are you really okay? Don't comfort us. A maid said. How could he be fine when he went to Fengyang City? I'm the one who's injured, okay? You should be the ones comforting me. Ji Xiaowu smiled helplessly and said, I'm really fine. It's just a small setback. I'll endure it and get through it. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Not good, not good. There's news that the young City Lord's mother is dead. But suddenly, a shout rang out from outside. Following closely, a guard ran in from the gate of the City Lord's mansion in a hurry. What? The young City Lord's mother is dead. The crowd who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly revealed a look of surprise. When the guard who ran in saw Ji Xiaowu, who was surrounded by everyone, his expression froze and he hurriedly said, Young City Lord, I didn't do it on purpose. Ji Xiaowu took a deep breath, looked up at the guard, and said with a smile, It's okay, I know, you're also worried about me. Looking at Ji Xiaowu at this moment, the guard was a little confused for a moment. Why was the young City Lord so calm now? It didn't look like he had lost a family member at all. Young City Lord, is this true? Tell us quickly. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at Ji Xiaowu one after another. Ji Xiaowu smiled at the crowd and nodded. It's true. Whether it was the guard or the maid, when they saw Ji Xiaowu nodding, it was like a bolt from the blue, rumbling in their minds. They knew Ji Xiaowu too well. So when they heard the news, they could all imagine Ji Xiaowu's mood. But now, Ji Xiaowu was as if nothing had happened, and even talked and laughed with them. Could it be that the young City Lord had become a little crazy because of excessive grief? Young City Lord, if you want to cry, just cry. Everyone comforted him. Why don't you beat me up and vent the grievances and anger in your heart? That way, you'll feel better. Another guard walked up to Ji Xiaowu and said. Looking at the faces that were concerned about him, Ji Xiaowu's cold and lonely heart gradually showed a trace of warmth. Although he had lost his family members one after another, he was not lonely because he still had these family members in front of him. Chapter 4464. You can beat me as much as you want. I can take it. The guard standing in front of Ji Xiaowu looked like he was ready to die for justice. Ji Xiaowu did not know whether to laugh or cry. It's not your fault. Why should I beat you? Don't worry. I'm really fine. Ji Xiaowu patted the guard's shoulder and turned to leave alone. Young city lord, the guard was very worried. Because Ji Xiaowu was so calm that it was frightening. Don't bother the young city lord. Let him be alone. A maid stopped the guard, shook her head and sighed. The guard who ran in hurriedly said, "Actually, our young city lord has profited from a disaster this time." Profited from a disaster? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Yes. I heard that the young city lord has met 2 big shots. The guard nodded. What big shots? Everyone's curiosity was completely aroused. Let me tell you, these 2 big shots, you can't even guess who they are. The guard had a mysterious look on his face. Everyone fell into deep thought when they heard this. One of the maids suddenly said, "Could it be that the young city lord has met someone from a direct family?" Direct family? Don't joke. These 2 big shots, even the patriarch of the direct family does not dare to be arrogant in front of them. The guard said disdainfully. No way. Even the patriarch of the direct family does not dare to be arrogant in front of them. Could it be Dong Qingyuan, the dragon god, or the Kuan-Peng? Everyone looked at each other. This was too shocking. No, no, no. Dong Qingyuan, the dragon god, and the Kuan-Peng do not dare to be arrogant in front of them. The guard shook his head and said with a smile, "You definitely won't be able to guess." A maid frowned and said, "You're not talking about the emperor, are you?" How could it be the emperor? The guard smiled. It's not the emperor. They can even make Dong Qingyuan, the dragon god, and the Kuan-Peng afraid. These 2 people, suddenly. A slightly chubby guard seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "Could it be Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng?" Correct. The guard said with a smile. What? It really is them. The group of people was extremely shocked. The young city lord actually met these 2 people? It was hard to believe. According to the news we received, Dong Daqian was trying to kill the young city lord back then. Just as the young city lord was about to die, Lu Yuntian suddenly appeared like a god and saved our young city lord. After that, they even brought the young city lord with them to Fengyang City. The calmness that the young city lord is showing now, I think it might be related to them. The guard was beaming with joy as he spoke, his saliva flying everywhere. It was as if Ji Xiaowu and the inner demons had become sworn brothers. You mean, they enlightened the young city lord? Asked one of the maids. Most likely. The guard nodded. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended upon the city lord mansion. This person was none other than Dong Yuming, the former commander of the 10th Squad. Where is Ji Xiaowu? He stood in the air and spoke arrogantly. A group of guards and maids raised their heads and looked at Dong Yuming suspiciously. Not many people knew Dong Yuming, but with the exposure of the Death God Army, everyone now knew the uniform of the Death God Army. Looking at the totem in front of Dong Yuming, they knew that he was a member of the Death God Army. Why would the Death God Army come to find the young city lord? Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Ji Xiaowu leaped into the air and landed in front of Dong Yuming. He bowed and said, "Ji Xiaowu greets the lord." Dong Yuming sized Ji Xiaowu up with a trace of contempt in his eyes. How could such an ordinary person catch the eye of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng? They even asked him to personally deliver the identity token and uniform of the Death God Army. He took out a black command medallion from his bosom. This token was the size of an adult's palm and was completely black. The front of the token was engraved with a sharp sword and the back of the token was engraved with a name. The name was Ji Xiaowu. This is your death token as a probationary member. It is also a symbol of your identity. Keep it well. After saying that, Dong Yuming threw the death token to Ji Xiaowu. Ji Xiaowu took the death token with both hands and held it in his hands with excitement. Although he was only a probationary member, as long as he had a relationship with the Death God Army, even if it was just a little bit, it was enough for him to have a meteoric rise. Dong Yuming took out an yin and yang ring and gave it to Ji Xiaowu. He said faintly, "This is the uniform of the Death God Army. It is enough for you to wear for the rest of your life." "Thank you, Lord." Ji Xiaowu took the yin and yang ring and bowed. The two commanders also asked me to tell you that although probationary members don't have to go to the Death God Army's base, you can't slack off. Also, if you are summoned, you must report immediately. Dong Yuming said. I will remember. Ji Xiaowu bowed and said. Dong Yuming waved his hand and a space-time tunnel opened. He then turned and left without looking back. Probationary member? What does that mean? Does the Death God Army have probationary members? I've never heard of it. The group of guards and maids looked at each other. The young city lord had indeed profited from a disaster. He was valued by Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. From now on, he was not only the city lord of Azure Wind City, but also a member of the Death God Army. His status had changed in an instant. Congratulations, young city lord. When they came back to their senses, the group immediately went up to congratulate him. Imperial Capital Mountain. In a large hall. Lord Emperor, they are simply messing around. When did our Death God Army have any probationary members? The rules of the Death God Army were set by you and the Lord Ruler. They are offending their superiors by changing the rules. Lord Emperor, please punish them severely no matter what. Dong Qingyuan stood at the bottom of the hall and looked at the Emperor above. He was filled with righteous indignation. Probationary member? There is such a thing. The Emperor was surprised. Absolutely. Moreover, this probationary member is only a peak ruler. He hasn't even comprehended an ultimate intent. What's the point of recruiting such trash to the Death God Army? Dong Qingyuan said angrily. The Emperor pondered for a while and asked, So, you came to see me specifically for this matter? Is this not a big enough matter? Lord Emperor, they changed the rules of the Death God Army without your permission. This is not only looking down on you, but also on the Lord Ruler, Dong Qingyuan exclaimed. He wished that the Emperor would give the order to kill the two of them right now. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Didn't you also ask Dong Yuerong to go to the major clans to expand the strength of the first team? The Emperor smiled faintly. Dong Qingyuan's expression froze. Did the Emperor already know about this? If I want to punish them, I have to punish you too. After all, you also made the decision without permission. The Emperor's simple words left Dong Qingyuan speechless. Indeed. He had also broken the rules. If he only punished the inner demons and did not punish him, he would not be able to convince the public. Qingyuan. You are the person I trust the most. I handed the Death God Army to you because I wanted to see your abilities. But now, your performance has disappointed me. Do you know? The current you is no different from the clowns we usually see. Don't you hate clowns like that? Why have you become like this? The Emperor looked at Dong Qingyuan with some disappointment. Dong Qingyuan's expression changed. He quickly knelt on the ground and said, Heaven and earth can bear witness to my loyalty to your majesty. I have no doubts about your loyalty. But now, you are indeed a little disgraceful. There is only hatred in your eyes, and you are thinking of ways to harm others. I hope you can wake up. Although Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng are arrogant, their talent and ability are obvious to all. The Central Dynasty cannot lose these two talents. Do you understand? Fortunately, it was Dong Qingyuan. If it were someone else, the Emperor would have been furious. He would not be in the mood to persuade him. Dong Qingyuan trembled. He lowered his head, not daring to look into the Emperor's eyes. I didn't put them in important positions before because I didn't investigate their background. But now, I have, and you have personally verified that there is no problem with their identities. So, don't target them in the future. As for the reserve members, it might be a good idea. In the past, the Death God Legion only recruited elites with heavenly will. But now that I think about it, how many elites with heavenly will are there in the world? Basically, there will be one less if one dies. The Death God Legion should indeed be infused with new blood. The Emperor said. But, Dong Qingyuan still wanted to say something. The Emperor raised his hand to stop him. He smiled faintly and said, Actually, having reserve members is not necessarily a bad thing. First, there will be an endless supply of new blood. For example, this time, when the 10th team encountered a great calamity, if we had reserve members, We could have let them join the Death God Legion directly. In this way, we don't have to go around recruiting new members. Second, we can see the character, talent, and ability of these reserve members in advance through their growth stage. Also, if there are some small matters in the future, we don't need the official members of the Death God Legion to do it personally. We can let the reserve members do it first. Now, tell me, will the reserve members benefit us? The Emperor asked with a smile. The Emperor is wise. Dong Qingyuan bowed and said. The Emperor was obviously supporting the inner demons. If he continued, it would be tantamount to refuting the Emperor. At that time, it would inevitably arouse the Emperor's disgust and dissatisfaction. That would not benefit him at all. As for Ji Xiaowu, I think that if people like Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei think highly of him, it means that he should not be an ordinary person. Perhaps one day, he will become the pillar of the central dynasty. The Emperor chuckled. Pillar of the central dynasty? Just by relying on this ant? Dong Qingyuan sneered secretly, but he repeatedly agreed. It was a classic case of hypocrisy. Chapter 4465. Dong Qingyuan came to the Emperor to sow discord, but he did not expect to be snubbed. Instead, he was reprimanded by the Emperor. The Emperor even called him a clown. This made him very angry. After leaving the Emperor's hall, he summoned Dong Yuerong and the other commanders. How was it? Dong Kuan looked at Dong Qingyuan expectantly. They knew about the Emperor's instigation. How was it? Can't you see for yourself? If it succeeded, would I still be so gloomy? Dong Qingyuan said angrily. What kind of idiots are they? They don't even know how to read a person's body language. Dong Kuan smiled embarrassedly. This was a bit like asking for trouble. Not only did the Emperor not blame them, but he also approved of the preparatory members and even reprimanded me. The way I see it, His Majesty's trust in the two of them is no longer ordinary. If they continue to develop, they might even replace us in the Emperor's heart. Dong Qingyuan said in a low voice. Is it that serious? The 9 commanders' eyes darkened. They originally thought that the Emperor valued the two of them only because of their value. After all, the two of them were not of the Emperor's surname. How could the Emperor really trust them? However, they did not expect that the Emperor would really take a fancy to these two people who did not have the same surname. Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. So, to prevent further trouble, we have to get rid of them as soon as possible. How do we get rid of them? Dong Qian was puzzled. The two of them were not weak. It was not easy to get rid of them. Moreover, the Emperor trusted them so much. If the Emperor found out, they would be punished even if they were the commanders of the Death God army. I have an idea. Dong Yuerong suddenly said. What idea? Not only Dong Qingyuan, but Dong Kuan and the others also turned to look at Dong Yuerong. I have to thank the head of the first direct family for reminding me. Although we don't dare to touch Lu Yuntian and Lu Yuntian openly, it doesn't mean we can't touch them secretly. Dong Yuerong sneered. Touch them secretly. They pondered for a while. Dong Qian said in surprise, you mean we can set a trap and kill them secretly? That's right. Although they are very strong, the Legion commander currently has a strand of source energy in his hands. As long as we set up a trap in advance and wait for them to fall into it, they will definitely die. Although Dong Yuerong was a woman, her ruthless methods were not inferior to Dong Qian and the others. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a viper. Hearing Dong Yuerong's words, Dong Qian and the others couldn't help but look at Dong Qingyuan. They also agreed. However, the person who made the final decision was still Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan lowered his head, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he hardened his heart and looked at Dong Yuerong, saying, all right, we'll do as you say. This time, the plan must be thorough. We must get rid of them. As long as they are dead, even if His Majesty finds out that we did it, His Majesty will not kill us for 2 dead people. That's right. At that time, the Emperor will only vent his anger on us. Dong Yuerong nodded. Next, the 10 of them began to conspire in the main hall. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The Black Tortoise whirled. Boom. That afternoon, a powerful aura rushed out from a certain place in the Devil's Land and headed straight for the sky. Above the sky, the wind and clouds suddenly surged, and patches of auspicious clouds rushed over like a tide. The aura of the will of the heavenly Tao also descended. Will of the heavenly Tao. Who is it? Everyone was awakened by this aura and released their good thoughts one after another, rushing towards the source of the aura. Among them included Qin Feiyang, the frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf's divine thoughts. So it's him. We have finally grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. This time, our overall strength will undoubtedly be stronger. Everyone used their divine thoughts to communicate for a while, then withdrew their divine thoughts one after another and continued to comprehend the laws in seclusion and fuse the inheritance. Swoosh! A graceful woman landed in front of a thick and sturdy tree of creation. Under the tree of creation, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged. This young man was as handsome as jade and had an extraordinary temperament. His two sword-like eyebrows emitted a fierce aura. That's right. This person was Long Chen. The will of the heavenly Tao was also born because of him. In other words, he had finally grasped the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws and welcomed the will of the heavenly Tao. Brother, congratulations. The woman was Long Chen. She looked at the handsome brother in front of her and giggled. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes, got up, raised his arm, and rubbed Long Chen's head lovingly. Then, he rose into the air and stood in the sky, welcoming the arrival of the will of the heavenly Tao. Boom! Finally, the will of the heavenly Tao descended. In an instant, he felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, and a warm current flowed through his body and mind. However, before he could carefully experience the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he had grasped something in the ethereal world. Immediately, he sat cross-legged in the sky and closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a peaceful deep sleep. What's going on? Long Chen looked at Long Chen in shock. He had just come out of seclusion. Why was he in seclusion again? And he had not taken out the inheritance. Because even if he was in seclusion again to fuse the inheritance, he had to take out the inheritance that needed to be fused first. But now, Long Chen was sitting cross-legged in the sky alone, with nothing beside him. If it was said that he was cultivating. With Long Chen's current cultivation, apart from the ultimate profound meaning, what else could he cultivate? Long Chen could not understand. The auspicious clouds gradually dissipated, and the will of the heavenly Tao had completely fused with Long Chen. But several days had passed, and Long Chen did not open his eyes. Seeing this, Long Chen could only continue to fuse the inheritance with a head full of doubts. And outside, in the past few months, the central dynasty had also been surging with undercurrents. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin had visited almost all the direct family clans, including the second direct family clan that had gone to the 4 great continents to take advantage of the situation. However, because of the heavy losses in the Taboo Ocean, the second direct family clan was now about to lose the second position. This was also their own fault. Even the top 10 direct family clans did not go to the 4 great continents. How could a mere direct family clan have the guts? Taking advantage of the situation depended on the person. But, although the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had visited all the major direct family clans, no one from the direct family clan was willing to join the 10th team. Even threats were useless. Even some direct family clans had made it clear that they had already joined the first team in advance. Although the inner demon's methods were ruthless and lawless, when faced with these stubborn people, he had no way to deal with them. Because he couldn't possibly kill these people, could he? Even if he wanted to, the emperor would not allow it. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Yuerong, are they determined to fight with us to the end? In the sky above a mountain, the inner demons was very angry. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to continue lurking by the emperor's side, he would have already taken action. Why would he suffer such grievances? But Lu Jiajin's face was very calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry. I guess they can't hold it in any longer. As long as they take action, it will be time for us to turn the tables." Can't hold it in? Take action? The inner demons was stunned. Yes. Lu Jiajin nodded. What do you mean? The inner demons looked at him suspiciously. I have completely seen through Dong Qingyuan. If nothing goes wrong, he will take action against us soon. Lu Jiajin smiled. If there was a woman here at this moment, she would definitely be fascinated by his smile. That was because that smile was filled with unparalleled confidence. Take action against us? Don't joke. Does he have the guts? Don't forget that we are now the Emperor's favorites. The inner demons did not believe it. So what? They don't dare to do it openly, but they dare not do it secretly. In the past, Dong Qingyuan indeed did not have the guts. But now, he has the origin energy in his hands. The existence of this origin energy will definitely make him arrogant. Moreover, he hates us so much. How can he tolerate us being so arrogant? Lu Jiajin smiled. The inner demons could not help but frown when he heard this. He would not doubt Lu Jiajin's judgment. Because if it were not for Lu Jiajin's intelligence, their identities would have been exposed in the central dynasty. However, Dong Qingyuan did this. Was he not afraid that the emperor would blame him? If it really succeeds, do you think the emperor will punish Dong Qingyuan for 2 dead people who are not of the same surname? Lu Jiajin smiled. True enough. He had already seen through everything. If Dong Qingyuan knew this, he would be stunned. It was as if he saw them plotting in the main hall with his own eyes. That's true. The inner demons nodded. Buzz. Suddenly, the sacred voice stone vibrated. Lu Jiajin took out the sacred voice stone, lowered his head and looked at it. The corners of his mouth lifted immediately. Who is it? The inner demons looked at him suspiciously. Dong Yuming. Lu Jiajin smiled playfully and activated the sacred voice stone. True enough. Dong Yuming's virtual image appeared. Greetings to the 2 commanders. Dong Yuming bowed. He could not get rid of the shadow in his heart. Looking at the inner demons, there was deep fear in his eyes. Is there anything? Lu Jiajin asked with a smile. Yes. I just received a message from the family head of the first direct family. He wants to talk to you. Dong Yuming said. Talk about what? Lu Jiajin was puzzled. I don't know. He said that he will only tell you when he sees you in person. Dong Yuming shook his head. Okay, let's go see him now. Lu Jiajin nodded and turned off the sacred voice stone. The inner demons lowered his head and pondered for a while. He looked at Lu Jiajin and asked, will Dong Yuming collude with Dong Qingyuan and the rest? After all, they had robbed Dong Yuming of the position of commander. Dong Yuming would definitely bear a grudge. He wouldn't dare. Because he has lost his courage to face us. Let's go. Let's go to the first direct family and see what the family head has to say. Speaking of this, Lu Jiajin paused for a moment and smiled faintly. Perhaps, their plan has already been activated. With that, he opened a space-time passage and strode in. Plan, interesting. The inner demons smiled and immediately stepped into the space-time passage and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4466. The First Direct Family. In the mansion. A middle-aged man in black sat alone in the main hall. The teapot on the coffee table in front of him gave off a refreshing tea fragrance. This man was the head of the First Direct Family. His name was Dong Cha. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a bright light. You dare to be arrogant with me? Just you wait, it will be your doomsday soon. He was planning something in his heart, but only he knew what it was. Buzz. Suddenly, a space-time tunnel appeared and 2 figures walked out one after another. It was none other than Lu Jiajin and the inner demons. Seeing the 2 of them arrive, Dong Cha stood up and greeted them with a smile on his face. Lu Jiajin walked into the main hall and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a few months and you look more energetic. Did something good happen? What good thing happened to me? I only have one wish now, and that is for my daughter to be free soon. Dong Cha sighed. Don't worry, Dong Cha. I believe that Dong Xin will be able to escape from the sea of suffering and come back alive. Lu Jiajin comforted him. That's right. The first direct family was Dong Qin's family. Dong Qin, as one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, had the great heaven domain and was highly valued by the emperor. Therefore, Her family's status in the central dynasty was rising. In the past, Dongqin's family was only at the bottom of the list among the direct families. But since Dongqin's rise, after all these years of development, she stepped into the first place step by step and no one could shake her. The second direct family wanted to bring Liu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyu back because they wanted to compete with the first direct family. Because as long as Liu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyu's battle souls evolved, they would have the strength to compete with Dongqin. After all, both of their battle souls were the strongest battle souls. The Eye of Oblivion and the Eye of Destruction. But they never expected that Qin Feiyang and the others would return to the Divine Kingdom so quickly. Not only did they take back Liu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyu, but they also caused the second direct family to suffer heavy losses. I hope so. Dong Xiache sighed and led the two to the coffee table and said with a smile, "Please have a seat." The inner demon looked at the divine tea that had been brewed a long time ago and then glanced at the smiling Dong Xiache. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. This person's attitude had changed too much. Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that he had a guilty conscience? Stupid. Acting had to be more realistic. "Please have some tea." Dong Xiache poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them in front of the two. The inner demons disdainfully took out a jug of divine wine, leaned back on the chair, and drank it leisurely. "This younger brother of mine doesn't like to drink tea. I hope that Patriarch Dong Xiache will forgive him." Lu Jiajin smiled apologetically. He picked up the teacup and sniffed it. His eyes lit up as he asked, could this be the Jasper Violet Luo Spring? The tea was like a precious jade, glowing with a faint purple light. The tea entered their nostrils, making them feel as if they were standing on a green grassland, bathing under the warm sun. "Lord Commander has a good eye." "That's right, this is the supreme grade divine tea, green jade purple Luo Spring." Dong Xiache nodded and smiled. Lu Jiajin placed it at the corner of his mouth and tasted it lightly. It was as if a strand of divine essence with a strange fragrance entered his throat. His body and mind instantly felt incomparably comfortable. Jasper Purple Spring was a top-grade divine tea from the Central Dynasty. Most people couldn't afford it. No. This thing was simply priceless. This time, the inner demons were even more suspicious in their hearts. It was a bit unusual for him to treat them with a top-grade divine tea, green jade purple Luo Spring. "Good tea." Lu Jiajin nodded with a smile on his face. "I'm glad that the commander likes it," Dong Xiache said with a flattering smile. Lu Jiajin put down the teacup and smiled faintly. "Patriarch Dong Xiache, if you have anything to say, just say it." Dong Xiache was slightly taken aback and smiled. "Lord Commander, you really have a good eye. No wonder the Emperor let the two of you become the commander and deputy commander of the 10th team. The Emperor has a good eye. He knows that we're talented generals." The inner demon smiled proudly and wasn't humble at all. Yes. I invited the two of you here for 2 things. If the two of you agree, I'll let all the experts of the Heavenly Path join the 10th team." Dong Xiache said. "That's great." Lu Jiajin smiled and asked, "What are the 2 things?" "First, help me rescue my daughter. Second, there are many outstanding juniors in the family. I hope that the 2 of you can let them become reserve members of the Death God Army." Dong Xiache said. Lu Jiajin and Frenzy looked at each other. Rescue Dongqin? This Dong Xiache actually had such an idea. Would he have a chance to rescue someone who fell into the hands of Qin Feiyang? Naive. The second thing is very easy. As the number 1 direct family, the juniors in your family must be extraordinary. Becoming a reserve member is just a matter of a word from us. However, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to rescue your daughter. Lu Jiajin was a little hesitant. Dong Xiache clenched his fists and said with a firm gaze, "No matter how difficult it is, I must rescue my daughter." Whether their family could remain as the number 1 direct family was all thanks to Dongqin. So, they could give up on anyone but Dongqin. Once they lost Dongqin, their family would inevitably decline step by step until they reached the bottom. I can understand your eagerness to save your daughter. But it is said that Dongqin is in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Let's not talk about the strength of Qin Feiyang and the rest. Just to rescue your daughter, we must first find the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the rest. But now, they seem to have disappeared from the world and there is nowhere to find them. Lu Jiajin looked a little embarrassed. Dong Cha said, "Don't worry about this. I have already inquired about the hiding place of Qin Feiyang and the rest. As long as you agree, I will immediately take you there." "What? You have already inquired about their hiding place?" Both of them looked at Dong Cha in shock. Was this for real? "Yes. They are hiding in a mountain range called Flame Mountain in the northwest." Dong Cha nodded. There was a flash of light in their eyes. Flame Mountain in the northwest, wasn't this a blatant lie? Qin Feiyang and the rest were clearly in the City Lord Mansion of Qingfeng City. It seems that there is a conspiracy here. The inner demons snickered. That's why I said that their plan may have already started. It seems that Dong Cha should be the first step of their plan. Lu Jiajin transmitted his voice. "You are courting death." A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. How dare this guy, who overestimated himself, join hands with Dong Qingyuan and the rest to harm them? In fact, Dong Cha was not to be blamed for being stupid. Because he did not know the relationship between the inner demons and Qin Feiyang at all. To be honest, this plan was quite good. If it were others, they would definitely believe Dong Cha's words. But unfortunately, they encountered the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. No one knew the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the rest better than the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. They could tell at a glance whether Dong Cha was telling the truth or not. "Really? How do you know?" Lu Jiajin pretended to be very surprised. "It's absolutely true. My people saw it with their own eyes. But because we were afraid of their strength, we did not act rashly and alert them." Dong Cha nodded. "If it's true, you will have made a great contribution." "Okay. We promise you." Lu Jiajin nodded, looking very happy. "Wait a minute." The inner demons stopped Lu Jiajin and looked at Dong Cha. "I don't understand. Why didn't you inform the emperor directly about such an important matter?" There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Since it was a conspiracy, everything that had been said was naturally false. He wanted to see how this person would answer his question. Sure enough, Dong Cha did not know how to answer the sudden question from the inner demons. Because in his opinion, the two of them would be very excited to know the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the rest because this was a good opportunity to make a contribution. Usually, impatient people would immediately ask him to lead the way after hearing this news. But Lu Yuntian did not play by the rules at all and asked such a question that he was not prepared for. "Brother, that's because you're insensible." Lu Jiajin stared at the inner demons. "What?" The inner demons frowned. "Patriarch Dong Cha told us such important news in private because he trusts us and wants to give us this opportunity to make a contribution. We should be grateful to him. Why are you still asking this? What? Are you doubting Patriarch Dong Cha? Let me tell you, this is not allowed. As a person, you should treat others with sincerity." Lu Jiajin reprimanded the displeased inner demons. "It's not that serious." Dong Cha hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Of course, I did tell you because I trust you and your ability. Patriarch, your words are a little offensive. Because from what you said, you don't trust the ability of others." Lu Jiajin laughed. "It's the truth. Look, some time ago, Dong Qingyuan, Dragon God, and Kuan Peng led the entire Death God army to the Kuan Peng Sea region to encircle Qin Feiyang and the rest. But what was the result? Qin Feiyang and the rest secretly escaped from the Kuan Peng Sea region. They didn't know anything. So, instead of counting on them to save my daughter, I'd rather count on you too." Dong Cha sighed. This was the excuse he thought of when Lu Jiajin reprimanded the inner demons. Don't say it. Now that he heard it, it really was flawless. If it was someone else, they would definitely believe his nonsense. But in front of Lu Jiajin and the inner demons, it was destined to be a joke. "The two of you, there's no time to lose. Let's go now. I'm worried that if they suddenly change their hiding place, it won't be so easy to find them again." Dong Cha urged. "Okay. But after all, We're facing Qin Feiyang and the rest. We have to be prepared. Speaking of this, Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons and said with a smile, go to the space divine item and see if the peak-level sovereign divine weapon has been repaired. Ask if it can participate in the battle later. Okay. The inner demons nodded and glanced at Dong Cha, who was sitting next to them. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, then he got up, grabbed the wine jar and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 4467. Hearing Lu Jiajin's words, Dong Cha didn't think too much. He had heard of the so-called peak-level sovereign divine weapon. This was Dong Qingyuan's former sovereign divine weapon. Later, it was snatched by Lu Yuntian. The last time he came back from the 4 continents, Lu Yuntian even took out this sovereign divine weapon to deal with Dong Qingyuan. It was said that at that time, he was seriously injured by the Emperor's Emperor sword. If he could get this peak-level sovereign divine weapon, even if Dong Qin was not here, his position as the first direct family would be unshakable. Or, should he ask Dong Qingyuan to give him the divine weapon after killing these 2 people? After all, he was also a person of great merit. Besides, whether it was Lu Yuntian or Lu Yunfeng, they were both extremely difficult to deal with. After getting rid of these 2, it was not too much to ask for a peak-level sovereign divine weapon. At this thought, the greed in his heart could no longer be controlled. Because he had to plan for the future. If Dong Qin fell into the hands of others, there was still hope to escape. But if she fell into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, she would probably die sooner or later. Once Dong Qin died, who would be their backer? So, if there was a peak-level sovereign divine weapon, even if Dong Qin unfortunately died, the position of the first direct family would still be as stable as Mount Tai. In a short while, the inner demons came out of the space divine item and looked at Lu Jiajin. With this, you can barely participate in the battle. As long as you can participate in the battle. Lu Jiajin nodded and looked at Dong Cha with a smile. Let's go to Blazing Flame Mountain. Okay. As Dong Cha waved his hand, a space-time tunnel appeared. He stepped aside and said respectfully, you 2 go first. Lu Jiajin and the inner demons looked at each other and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Dong Cha looked up at a certain void in the main hall and stepped into the space-time tunnel as well. Just as the space-time tunnel dissipated, a woman in a fiery red dress appeared. It was Dong Yuerong, with a cold smile on her face. Immediately, Dong Yuerong also took out the voice transmission stone. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Dong Qingyuan. They have already entered the game. Dong Yuerong looked at Dong Qingyuan and smiled coldly. Very good. We'll be there right away. Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent and then the shadow disappeared. Raging Flame Mountain. This was a mountain range that was enveloped in flames all year round. That was because there was a volcano in the center of the mountain range that would frequently spew out lava. As a result, the entire mountain range was constantly enveloped in a terrifyingly high temperature. As long as one walked into the Raging Flame Mountain, they would feel a terrifying heat wave that seemed to be able to melt their bodies. It was also because of the harsh environment that very few people stepped into this place. Even ferocious beasts were hard to find. Therefore, Raging Flame Mountain was indeed a pretty good hiding place. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 3 figures descended above the mountains and rivers. They were the inner demons, Lu Jiajin, and Dong Cha. The inner demons' eyes glinted as they looked at the boiling lava and burning flames on the ground. They laughed cruelly and said, I didn't expect Qin Feiyang and the others to find such a secluded hiding place so soon after arriving at the Central Dynasty. This also means that they are indeed difficult to deal with. Dong Cha said gloomily. He lifted his head to look at a volcano in the center of the fiery mountain range and said in a low voice, to avoid disturbing them, we should conceal our auras first. Okay. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin nodded. Their auras were immediately concealed to the extreme. If they didn't see them with their naked eyes, they wouldn't know of their existence at all. Lords, please, you must save my daughter. Dong Cha looked at the 2 again with a pleading face. Don't worry, as long as they are really here, they won't be able to escape today. The inner demons smiled coldly. Phew. Hearing this, Dong Cha took a deep breath and led the two to the volcano in the center. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin followed closely on both sides. Very soon, they came to the volcano. Looking at the volcano that was constantly erupting, the inner demons frowned and said suspiciously, Dong Cha, I don't seem to sense their auras. They must be hiding their auras. But we have to look for their specific location. Dong Cha whispered. In fact, he was just stalling for time, waiting for Dong Qingyuan and the others to arrive. 1 breath. 2 breaths, about 5 breaths. In the sky above, auras suddenly descended. They're finally here. The inner demons muttered secretly and looked up at the sky. It was Dong Qingyuan, Dong Yuerong, and the other 9 commanders. In addition, there was another person. He was a young man, wearing a purple robe, with a tall and straight body and an extraordinary appearance. It was Dong Hanzong. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin pretended to be surprised, turned to look at Dong Cha, and said secretly, What's going on? Why are they here? Didn't you say that only you know where Qin Feiyang and the others are hiding? Hearing this, the corners of Dong Cha's mouth lifted slightly, with a hint of sarcasm. He stepped into the air and landed in front of Dong Qingyuan. What do you mean? The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Do you really think that Qin Feiyang and the others are here? Dong Cha looked down at the two and sneered. You lied to us. The inner demons was stunned. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the others are not at Flame Mountain at all. Dong Cha sneered. Why did you lie to us? Do you want to die? The inner demons was furious, and a shocking murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Jiajin's eyes also turned cold. Haha, you're about to die, and you're still arrogant. Dong Cha laughed. Dong Qingyuan and the 9 commanders' eyes were also full of ridicule. Death is about to come, so, this is a conspiracy against us. Lu Jiajin said. That's right. You're too arrogant, and you don't even respect the Legion commander. If you don't die, the heavens will not tolerate it. Dong Kuan sneered. Lu Jiajin looked at Dong Kuan, then looked at Dong Qingyuan and the others, and said in a deep voice, You actually used such a despicable method to plot against us, aren't you afraid that the Emperor will find out? Haha, still so naive. Look at Flame Mountain, is there anyone else now? As long as we do it cleanly, the Emperor will know that it was us who did it. When he finds out that you're dead, we'll say that you were killed by Qin Feiyang and the others. At that time, the Emperor will only look for Qin Feiyang and the others, and not us. Moreover, you'll be dead by then, so what if the Emperor finds out? Will he kill us because of you 2 dead people? Dong Qian and the other commanders' faces were full of sarcasm. I see. Although I hate you, your methods are really impressive. Lu Jiajin shook his head, then looked at Dong Hanzong and asked suspiciously, Why did you get involved? Isn't it simple? Because the Legion commander is my teacher. Because the Dong family head is the father of my beloved, Dong Qin. Also, back in the 4 great continents, you humiliated me many times, and I've long wanted to settle this score with you. Dong Hanzong sneered. So, you all decided to work together and set up such a trap. Dong Hanzong, I've overestimated you. I thought that as the leader of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, you're an upright person, but I never thought that you'd be the same as Dong Qingyuan and the others. Lu Jiajin's eyes were full of sarcasm. Whatever you say, I know that the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Now, I'm the winner. Although you're talented and capable, you can't escape the fate of being the loser. Dong Hanzong didn't care about Lu Jiajin's sarcasm, and his face was full of pride. Don't talk so much nonsense. Let's get rid of them quickly before anything happens. Dong Kuan said with a murderous aura. Wait. Dong Qingyuan stopped Dong Kuan, looked at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, and said, I don't need to tell you about your current situation. I'll give you a chance. Legion Commander, Teacher, Lord. Dong Cha, Dong Hanzong, Dong Yuerong, and the others looked at Dong Qingyuan in surprise. Didn't he say that he was going to get rid of these 2? Why did he give them a chance? Wasn't this letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Dong Qingyuan waved his hand, motioning for the group to shut up. He looked at the inner demons and continued, "Strip your life and death laws and the eye of nothingness, and I'll give you a way out." Hearing this, the group of people suddenly understood. It turned out that he wanted their life and death laws and the eye of nothingness. Immediately after, the group of people was also excited. The ultimate life and death laws and the strongest battle soul, the eye of nothingness, which one of them wasn't coveted? If they could get it, their strength would increase by many times. Especially Dong Hanzong. His heart was burning with passion. His strength was already very powerful. If he could get his hands on the life and death laws and the eye of nothingness, then in the entire central dynasty, no, in the entire divine kingdom, in the entire world, who would be his opponent? At that time, he would be invincible. You want our life and death laws and the eye of nothingness? You're really greedy. The inner demon's mouth twitched. How could people in this world be so greedy and insatiable? One way is death, the other way is life. Choose for yourselves. Dong Qingyuan said lightly. If he could really get his hands on the life and death laws and the eye of nothingness, then what was the harm in letting these two go? The reason why these two were so unscrupulous was because of the life and death laws and the eye of nothingness. As long as these two methods were taken away, these two were no different from ordinary will of heaven powerhouses. At that time, there would naturally be no threat. Interesting. However, I don't dare to believe you. Even if we hand over the life and death laws and the eye of nothingness, you'll definitely get rid of us. After all, we've already lost our strongest method. It's easier to kill us. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. You can still smile? Is this person mentally strong? Looking at the smiling Lu Jiajin, Dong Cha was in disbelief. If it were him, he would have knelt down in despair. How could he still maintain such a relaxed state of mind? Fine. In order to live, we'll give it to you. However, before Dong Qingyuan and the group could rejoice, Lu Jiajin changed the topic and said, "But I'm sorry. Even if we're willing to give it to you, I think the Emperor will not agree." Chapter 4468. The Emperor won't agree? The group of people looked at each other. Was this person telling a joke? The Emperor wasn't here. No. The Emperor didn't know anything about this. How could he use the Emperor to scare them? Haha, he was indeed naive and ridiculous. Just as Dong Kuan and the others were about to mock him, Lu Jiajin and the inner demons looked at each other and suddenly bowed together, saying respectfully, "Welcome, Emperor." They didn't know where the Emperor was at this moment. But they were sure that he was at Flame Mountain. When Dong Qingyuan and the others saw this, they immediately scanned their surroundings in surprise. Be careful. This may be their escape plan. The Emperor isn't here at all. Dong Hanzong transmitted his voice. Escape plan? Dong Qingyuan and the others were stunned. They immediately looked at the inner demons and were about to mock them again. But at this moment, a terrifying aura emerged from the sky above the mountain on the left. The next moment, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared. The man was a middle-aged man. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but the golden dragon robe on his body was clearly visible. In the entire divine kingdom, only one person dared to wear such a dragon robe. This person was the Emperor. The woman was very young. She was similar to the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. She was a beauty. She had a devilish figure and an angelic face. Her appearance made the world lose its color. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She was wearing a snow-white long dress that was spotless. From afar, she looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. She was stunning. There was a crescent-shaped mark in the middle of her eyebrows. It looked like a birthmark. But it didn't seem to be. It shone like a piece of beautiful jade inlaid in the middle of her eyebrows, adding some charm to her. Why is she here too? Lu Jiajin looked at the woman in surprise. The inner demons transmitted his voice. I didn't establish a contract with the Emperor, so I sent her a message and asked her to inform the Emperor. Lu Jiajin nodded in realization. That's right. Previously in the hall, the inner demons entered the space divine item to send a message to this woman, asking her to inform the Emperor to come to Flame Mountain to watch a good show. In other words, the Emperor and the woman heard everything that Dong Qingyuan and the others had said. How could this be? Why are His Majesty and Her Highness at Raging Flame Mountain? Who can tell me what's going on? Dong Qingyuan, the 9 great commanders, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Xiache all froze in the air when they saw the emperor and the woman. This was completely beyond their expectations. How dare you? How dare you hide it from Imperial Father and set up a trap to harm your own people? The woman said. There was a trace of anger on her peerless face. Her voice was also very pleasant to the ears, like an oriole flying out of a valley, clear and melodious. Not to mention the emperor, her identity alone was enough to intimidate everyone present. Because she was the daughter of the emperor, known as the #1 beauty of the Central Dynasty, the Moon Fairy Princess. Full name, Dong Yuxian. Indeed. He was just like his name. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, exuding experience from all directions. For example, Dong Hanzong couldn't help but look at Dong Yuxian with a burning passion. This was the woman that he, Dong Hanzong, should marry. What Dong Qin? What Dong Xin? In front of this woman, they were just ordinary women. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you, Dong Qingyuan came back to his senses and looked at the two in horror. Do you want to ask when we arrived? When you came, we came, the emperor said. Anyone who wasn't a fool could hear the anger in his voice. Dong Qingyuan's face turned pale. If they arrived so early, wouldn't the emperor and the Moon Fairy Princess have heard everything? Not bad. Not only do you think Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian are fools, but you also think I'm a fool. The emperor's eyes were gloomy. They killed Lu Yunfeng and his brothers and framed Qin Feiyang and the others. If they didn't think he was a fool, what else could it be? As soon as the emperor said this, Dong Qingyuan wasn't the only one. Dong Hanzong, Dong Xiache, and the 9 great commanders all knelt in the air and cried, "We were foolish for a moment. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Foolish? How could a foolish person come up with such a shocking conspiracy? It seems that you still think I'm a fool. The emperor was so angry that he laughed. The group of people was terrified to the extreme. It was originally a simple sentence to beg for mercy, but he didn't expect the emperor to seize the opportunity. Wasn't this adding insult to injury? Dong Qingyuan, do you remember what I told you in the main hall? The emperor took a deep breath and looked at Dong Qingyuan. I remember. How could I forget Your Majesty's words? Dong Qingyuan nodded. Since you remember, what did you do? You joined forces with so many people to set up a trap to get rid of the 2 rising stars of the Central Dynasty for your own selfish desires? The emperor shouted. I was wrong. Your Majesty, please give me another chance. Dong Qingyuan's body and mind trembled. His face was full of fear. Why did it turn out like this? It was supposed to be a sure thing. Why did the emperor and the princess have to be here? Damn it. Who was it that had tipped them off? It was us. Lu Jiajin smiled. Us. Dong Qingyuan looked at Lu Jiajin and the inner demons in disbelief. The 2 of them didn't know about their scheme. How could they have tipped off the emperor in advance? Lu Jiajin glanced at Dong Qingyuan and then at Dong Xiache. He smiled and said, Do you remember that I asked my brother to go to the spatial divine item? Yes. Dong Xiache nodded. Of course he remembered. But didn't Lu Yuntian go to the spatial divine item to check on the pinnacle sovereign divine weapon? If I'm right, there should be someone else in the main hall besides Dong Xiache. Lu Jiajin curled his lips and glanced at the 9 commanders. Dong Yuerong's eyes narrowed. She was in the main hall and hidden in the spatial divine item. It was you. Lu Jiajin's eyes locked on Dong Yuerong. As long as he wanted, anyone's expression couldn't escape his eyes. Dong Yuerong panicked. However, Lu Jiajin shifted his gaze to Dong Qingyuan and said, At that time, I didn't ask my brother to go to the spatial divine item to check on the sovereign divine weapon. Instead, I sent a message to Princess Yuxian and asked her to bring the emperor here to enjoy a good show. Dong Qingyuan's eyes trembled when he heard this. He didn't expect the 2 of them to see through their scheme. They even beat them at their own game and launched a counterattack. Lu Jiajin looked at the emperor and Princess Yuxian and smiled. Emperor, Princess, this show didn't disappoint you, did it? Princess Yuxian pouted. What's there to be proud of? If I didn't bring my father here, you too would have died to Dong Qingyuan's scheme no matter how smart you are. Of course, we have to thank your highness for this. You can make a request of us in the future. We'll agree to it. Lu Jiajin smiled. I didn't say that. The inner demons shook his head and looked at Princess Yuxian. He said indifferently, if you want to make a request, go to him. Don't come to me. I don't have time to play around with you. What do you mean? Playing around with me is playing around with you? As if I'm an unruly princess. You have to make it clear today, or I won't let you off. Princess Yuxian glared at the inner demons. Won't let me off? What do you want? Beat me up? Do you have the ability? The inner demons smiled disdainfully. You, looking at the inner demon's disdainful attitude, Princess Yuxian trembled with anger. How can there be such a man in the world? She's a woman. In front of so many people, can't you give me some face? You don't have any pity for a woman. It's so infuriating. Ahem. The emperor coughed and looked at the inner demons meaningfully. He reminded, Xian pay attention to the situation and your image. Princess Yuxian was stunned. She looked at Dong Qingyuan and the others, then glared at the inner demons. She said angrily, I'll settle this with you in the future. Who's afraid of who? The inner demons smiled arrogantly. They looked like they were flirting with each other. Dong Hanzong looked at this scene silently. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. Why? Why can these two outsiders be recognized by the emperor and become the commander and vice-commander of the 10th team? Why is their relationship with Princess Yuxian so good? He couldn't accept it. He was extremely jealous. Princess Yuxian should be his woman. Only a peerless genius like him was worthy of the emperor's beloved daughter. Whoosh! The emperor glanced at Dong Qingyuan and the others. He took a deep breath and said, let's go back to the imperial palace first. With that, he waved his hand and a space-time tunnel appeared. The inner demons looked at Dong Qingyuan and the others and said mockingly, Legion Commander, commanders, peerless geniuses, and the head of the first direct family, please. The group stood up. They were so terrified that they couldn't even walk properly. Do you want me to help you? The inner demons looked at this scene and laughed. No need. Dong Qingyuan glared at the inner demons and followed the emperor and Princess Yuxian into the space-time tunnel anxiously. Dong Hanzong and the 9 commanders followed them. Sirs, I didn't do it on purpose. They forced me. You have to believe me. I'm just a nobody in the direct family. How could I dare to go against the 2 commanders? Dong Xiche immediately knelt at the feet of inner demon and cried out. Don't be afraid. It's just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry? We'll take good care of you in the future. The inner demon said with a meaningful smile as she helped Dong Xiche up. Dong Xiche was on the verge of breaking down. Especially when he heard the words take good care of you, he fell into the abyss of despair. What are you afraid of? You dared to work with them to plot against us. Are you afraid that we'll take good care of you? Don't worry. If you didn't work with them to lure us to Blazing Flame Mountain, we wouldn't have been able to beat them at their own game. Speaking of which, you're still our hero. So, we don't mean anything by taking good care of you. We really want to thank you. Let's go. Don't let the emperor wait too long. The inner demons grimaced. He grabbed the limp Dong Xiche and followed Lu Jiajin into the spacetime tunnel. Chapter 4469. The Imperial Palace. This supreme place was located in the sky above the imperial capital mountain. It was like an ancient temple suspended in the void, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. In front of the main hall, 2 middle-aged burly men in purple gold armor stood upright, holding 2 long spears in their hands. Their eyes were cold and filled with a murderous aura. These 2 were experts with heavenly Tao will. Moreover, whether it was their purple gold armor or the long spears in their hands, they were all low-level sovereign divine weapons. Experts with heavenly Tao will and sovereign divine weapons were only guarding the entrance of the imperial palace. It was somewhat extravagant. But, on the other hand, this also represented the importance of the imperial palace. Although there were no treasures in the imperial palace, It represented the symbol of power and status. Naturally, it was not blasphemous. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness." Following the arrival of the Emperor and Princess Yuxian, the two burly men immediately bowed. Stand guard outside. No matter what happens later, don't come in and disturb us." The Emperor ordered and waved his hand. The Imperial Palace's door opened and he quickly walked in. The two burly men were a little suspicious. The Emperor's face seemed to be very ugly. Looking at Dong Qingyuan, the 9 commanders, the Lu brothers, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Cha behind him. Because of Dong Qin, they also had an impression of Dong Cha. But what puzzled them was, why did Dong Cha follow them to the Imperial Palace? Although Dong Qin was talented and highly appreciated by the Emperor, Dong Qin was Dong Cha and Dong Cha was Dong Cha. Dong Cha was just the patriarch of a direct family and did not have the qualifications to enter the Imperial Palace. What was going on? Could it be that they knew the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others and were preparing to discuss a plan to rescue Dong Qin? As the group entered the Imperial Palace, the Emperor waved his hand and the door slowly closed. The space in the main hall was at least a few thousand feet wide and seemed very spacious. Everywhere, it was dazzling and magnificent. On top of it, there was a golden dragon throne with the Emperor sitting on it. He was like the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, looking down on all directions. He was extremely majestic. Princess Yuxian stood beside the Emperor. Her exquisite figure and angelic appearance made her look like a fairy. Perhaps because she was always by the Emperor's side, she had the aura of an emperor. There were no seats in the hall below, because only the Emperor had the right to sit here. However, even if the Imperial Palace didn't prepare a seat, why couldn't he prepare one himself? The inner demons took out 2 chairs, one for themselves and the other for Lu Jiajin. The Emperor turned a blind eye to this scene, as if he was already used to it. What 2 arrogant fellows. Princess Moon Fairy kept rolling her eyes, which made her seem rather cute. As soon as Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, the 9 great commanders, and Dong Cha entered the Emperor Palace, they all knelt in the main hall with fear written all over their faces. "Speak. How do you want me to deal with you?" The Emperor spoke, breaking the dead silence. "Your Majesty, spare my life. We have already deeply realized our own mistakes. We will never dare to do it again. We beg Your Majesty to give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. We apologize to you, we apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us." The 9 great commanders hurriedly opened their mouths. Even their words were trembling. They were terrified to the extreme. "Magnanimous? You plotted such a big conspiracy to assassinate us. If it were you, would you be magnanimous? Can you not hold it against us?" The inner demons sneered. "Now you know how to be afraid. Now you know how to beg for mercy. How could there be such a thing?" Suddenly, Dong Hanzong said, "Your Majesty, in fact, this was all Dong Cha's idea." "What?" Dong Cha looked at Dong Hanzong in disbelief. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were stunned. This Dong Hanzong was really willing to do anything to protect himself. Interesting. After coming back to his senses, the inner demons secretly took out the divine voice stone with a playful smile. "That's right. This was all planned by Dong Cha. We were all instigated by him." Before Dong Cha could react, Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed and he nodded in agreement. When Dong Cha looked at Dong Qingyuan again, he was dumbfounded. Even Dong Qingyuan said so? He suddenly became angry. How could a peerless genius and the commander of the Death God Army be so despicable? Obviously, he wanted to make him the scapegoat. Dong Yuerong said, "Your Majesty, I can testify that it was indeed Dong Cha who suggested this." "Don't go too far." "Yes, I did say so, but what am I? I'm just the patriarch of a lineal family. Do I have the guts to go against Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian? Isn't it because you plotted this behind the scenes?" Dong Cha couldn't help but roar at the group of people. It was too chilling. One was the person his daughter liked, and the other was his daughter's teacher. How could they do such a vicious thing and make him the scapegoat? Don't talk nonsense. If you hadn't instigated us, would we have done such a thing in a moment of confusion? Dong Hanzong shouted. In a moment of confusion? Dong Cha was so angry that he laughed and said, Dong Hanzong, you are such a smart person. How can you be confused? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. I really feel sorry for my daughter. How could she fall in love with a shameless scum like you? I'm sorry, I've never liked your daughter. It's just her wishful thinking. Dong Hanzong sneered. His woman should be Princess Yuxian. As long as he could marry Princess Yuxian, not only would he become the emperor's son-in-law, but he would also obtain supreme status and power. When the time came, he would be able to make a comeback. Who dared to say that he was a peasant from the collateral family? Bastard, you're a bastard. Dong Cha was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. In the past, Dong Hanzong was so polite in front of him. What a talent. Now, at such a critical moment, he showed such a hypocritical side. He didn't deserve to be a human. You're still insulting me? Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the emperor and said, Your Majesty, we are indeed guilty, but the culprit is Dong Cha. I hope Your Majesty will punish him severely. Then how do you think we should punish him? The inner demons looked at Dong Hanzong mockingly. This kind of person must be killed as an example to others. Dong Hanzong's words were resolute and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Ruthless. The inner demons shook his head. He was already considered ruthless, but compared to Dong Hanzong, the difference was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison. Above. The emperor's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Princess Yuxian looked at Dong Hanzong with a trace of disdain. A man with no sense of responsibility at all. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin's relationship was known to everyone who was familiar with them. Previously at Raging Flame Mountain, Dong Hanzong had personally admitted that Dong Cha was his future father-in-law. But now, in order to protect himself, he turned hostile as soon as he said so. He displayed his ruthless side to the fullest. Did he think that he was smart? Even when it was a matter of life and death, he could think of a way to save his life. But he didn't know that his behavior was what made people despise him. Princess Yuxian turned to look at the inner demons and asked curiously, I'm curious, how did you see through their conspiracy? In an instant. The emperor, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, the 9 great commanders, and Dong Cha all looked at the inner demons. This was also the question in their hearts. This plan could be said to be flawless, but how did the inner demons see through it? It's all because my eldest brother is smart. The inner demons smiled proudly. The corners of Princess Yuxian's mouth twitched. Can you not be so narcissistic? Do you know that you're asking for a beating? However, this sentence also revealed that Lu Jiajin had seen through the conspiracy. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but lock their eyes on Lu Jiajin. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly and looked at the emperor. It's actually very simple. It's because I know Dong Qingyuan's character too well. Regarding this point, I guess even Dong Qingyuan himself didn't expect that I would know him so well. Speaking of this, Lu Jiajin looked at Dong Qingyuan with a mocking smile. You know him so well? Not to mention Dong Qingyuan, even the emperor was somewhat in disbelief. This was because Lu Jiajin and Dong Qingyuan didn't have much interaction. What did it mean that he knew Dong Qingyuan so well when they didn't have much interaction? It meant that this person's observation skills were extremely terrifying. I don't dare to say that I know everything. But I do know most of it. Dong Qingyuan seems to be easygoing and approachable, but in fact, he's narrow-minded and can't tolerate being offended by others. Moreover, he's ruthless and will do anything to get what he wants. Similarly, he's also done some research on us brothers. We're also vengeful people. In the 4 great continents, in order to make us deal with Qin Feiyang, he actually killed our relatives to trigger the anger in our hearts. If it weren't for the fact that someone recorded this scene at that time, we might have been kept in the dark for the rest of our lives. The hatred of killing one's father is irreconcilable. He knows. We definitely won't let them go. Moreover, during this period of time, We forced him to almost self-destruct. Later, you let us take over the 10th team, and the threat to him is getting greater. Therefore, I expect that he will definitely find a way to get rid of us. Lu Jiajin said calmly. He had prepared these words in advance. This was because he knew that someone would definitely ask. Even so, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with what happened today. After all, the person who lured you to the fiery mountain today was Dong Cha, not Dong Qingyuan himself. The Moon Fairy Princess was suspicious. No. It's precisely because it's Dong Cha that I can easily tell that this is a conspiracy. Lu Jiajin shook his head. What do you mean? The Moon Fairy Princess was full of curiosity. First, some time ago, we brothers went to look for him, hoping that the experts with Will of Heaven from his clan could join our 10th team. However, at that time, he didn't agree no matter what. But not long ago, he suddenly sent a message to Dong Yuming, saying that he changed his mind and asked us to meet him. Isn't this very strange? Because everyone is well aware that the reason Dong Cha refused us was because Dong Qingyuan had given him a heads up. Isn't he afraid of Dong Qingyuan's revenge? Of course he's afraid. After all, he's only the patriarch of a direct family, and Dong Qingyuan is the commander of the Death God army. I'm afraid that he wouldn't dare to betray Dong Qingyuan even if a knife was held to his neck. Moreover, Dong Qingyuan is the teacher of his daughter, Dong Qin. Therefore, when I received Dong Yuming's message, I guessed that this matter might not be so simple. It's very likely that Dong Qingyuan is behind Dong Cha's actions. Lu Jiajin spoke slowly and with assurance. He was like a wise man, which was admirable. Chapter 4470. Impressive. The Moon Fairy Princess gave him a thumbs up. She was able to deduce the mastermind behind all of this. Of course. That's one of the reasons. Secondly, when we arrived at the City Lord's mansion and saw Dong Cha, he gave us two conditions. Firstly, he asked us to rescue his daughter, Dong Qin. Secondly, he asked the juniors of his clan to become reserve members of our Death God army. At first glance, these two conditions don't seem to have any problems, but if you think about it carefully, they're actually full of loopholes. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. Loopholes? The Moon Fairy Princess was stunned. What loopholes could there be? It was normal. After all, Lu Yunfeng and his brother were the commanders of the 10th squad. It wasn't a problem to ask them to rescue Dong Qin and let the juniors of their clan become reserve members of the Death God army. Your Highness, I'm sure you're thinking that the conditions he proposed are all reasonable. After all, we brothers do indeed have the ability to help him. But think about his relationship with Dong Qingyuan. His daughter is Dong Qingyuan's teacher. With this relationship, if he wants the juniors of his clan to become reserve members of the Death God army, he can just go to Dong Qingyuan. As the commander of the Death God army, Dong Qingyuan's status and power are above us. Why would Dong Cha go to us for help? A slightly normal person would also go to Dong Qingyuan directly. Lu Jiajin smiled. The Moon Fairy Princess was stunned. Lu Jiajin's words really didn't seem to make sense. As for asking us to rescue Dong Qin, Dong Cha might think it's a reasonable excuse, but in my opinion, it's a joke. Because we're all members of the Central Dynasty. Even if he doesn't ask, we'll still do our best to rescue her. Now that he's said it, isn't it like drawing legs on a snake? What's even more ridiculous is that he's using the hiding place of Qin Feiyang and the others as a condition of exchange. If he really knows where Qin Feiyang and the others are hiding, he would have reported it to the Emperor as soon as possible. After all, this is a great merit. A slightly normal person wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. You said he's a fool? If he was really stupid, how could he become the patriarch of the first direct family? Lu Jiajin smiled. Dong Cha said in a low voice, but I clearly said at that time that I wanted to give this opportunity to you. Yes. You did say that. But do you think I'll believe you? If we really want to rescue your daughter, do you think we have a higher chance of success? Or do you think we have a higher chance of success if we report to the Emperor and get the entire Death God army to rescue your daughter? I'm afraid even an idiot can think of that. Or could it be that in your eyes, we brothers are even worse than fools? Otherwise, why would you try to trick us like this? Lu Jiajin sneered. When Dong Cha finished hearing these words, he could not help collapsing onto the ground. The reason and excuse that he thought was flawless was unexpectedly full of loopholes in front of this person. Lu Jiajin raised his head to look at the emperor and said with a smile, "All in all, I can conclude that this may be a conspiracy. The final outcome is not disappointing." The emperor took a deep breath. This young man was indeed a talented general. This terrifying insight and astonishing judgment simply made people tremble in fear. Talent. Really a talent. But Dong Qingyuan and these bastards almost made him lose this talent. How should you be punished? The emperor shouted angrily. Your Majesty, this was Dong Cha's idea. We were all instigated by him. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. The group of people suddenly trembled and crawled on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty. They are slandering us. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. Dong Cha also hurriedly shouted. He could not become a scapegoat. Because once he became a scapegoat, he would be in a situation where he would die. At most, he would be an accomplice. Glancing at the group of people, the emperor fell into silence, and the hall became dead silent. No one knew how long had passed. Men. Suddenly. The emperor said. In an instant, Dong Cha, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, and the 9 commanders' hearts were in their throats. How would the emperor rule? As the door opened, the 2 middle-aged men outside strode in and knelt on one knee. The head of the first direct family, Dong Cha, instigated Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, and the 9 commanders to murder Lu Yunfeng and his brother. His crime is punishable by death. 3 days later, bring him to the punishment platform and behead him in public as a warning to others. This order immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the inner demons. He suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. Dong Qingyuan and the others were the masterminds. Why did they push all the blame to Dong Cha? But before the inner demons could speak, Lu Jiajin grabbed his hand and pulled him back. What are you doing? The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Don't be too agitated. It's an expected outcome. Lu Jiajin transmitted his voice. The emperor looked at the inner demons and asked, Lu Yuntian, you stood up. Do you have any objections to my ruling? Of course we have no objections to your Majesty's ruling. The inner demons didn't speak. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. There was one more thing he didn't say. You are the emperor of the central dynasty, the son of the ruler of the divine kingdom. Who dares to object to your ruling? But the inner demons were not convinced. It wasn't easy to seize this opportunity, but in the end, Dong Cha became the scapegoat. He looked at Dong Cha again. His whole body was paralyzed on the ground in despair. He wanted to continue to redress the injustice and explain. But he also knew that the emperor was deliberately favoring Dong Qingyuan and the others. Because, whether it was Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, or the 9 commanders, they were all more valuable than him, the head of the direct family. To put it bluntly, the emperor was abandoning the rook to save the king. He was undoubtedly the rook that was abandoned. Your Majesty is wise. Dong Qingyuan and the others were wild with joy and repeatedly thanked the emperor. As expected, the emperor was still on their side. But the 2 middle-aged men were a little confused. Dong Cha instigated Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, and the 9 commanders to murder Lu Yunfeng and his brother. What kind of joke was this? Dong Cha was just the head of a direct family. How could he instigate these 11 people? What was going on? The emperor continued, as for Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, and the 9 commanders, as accomplices to the murder of Lu Yunfeng and his brother, they can be exempted from death, but they can't escape punishment. We are willing to be punished. The 11 people knelt in unison. The emperor was already protecting them, so of course they had to be tactful. Dong Qingyuan, you are punished to hand over your origin energy and go to the punishment platform to repent and apologize to Lu Yunfeng and his brother in public. Dong Hanzong, you are stripped of your title as a peerless genius and also go to the punishment platform to apologize to Lu Yunfeng and his brother in public. The 9 commanders will retain their positions as commanders, but their real power will be taken over by Princess Yuxian. You are punished to go back and reflect on your mistakes for 3 years. After 3 years, if your performance is good, your real power will be returned to you. Similarly, before you reflect on your mistakes, you will also go to the punishment platform to apologize to Lu Yunfeng and his brother in public. The emperor said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. We will remember this lesson. In the future, we will always maintain a calm mind and not be bewitched by evil people." The 11 people knelt on the ground and thanked the emperor. They were secretly delighted. Lu Yunfeng, Lu Yuntian, did you see that? Even if the emperor knows the truth, he will not kill us because we are the emperor's clansmen, and you are just outsiders. Preposterous. Preposterous. The inner demons were mad and furious. The emperor's favoritism towards these people was really blatant. He did not hide it at all. Lu Jiajin's expression was very calm. It was as if no matter what happened, it would not affect his state of mind. Above. Princess Yuxian could not help but sigh when she saw her father's attitude. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dong Cha did not have the ability to do so, but there was no other way. Who asked him to be the least valuable? They could only sacrifice him to protect those who were more valuable. Although it was a little cruel, they had to make a choice at this time. Take Dong Cha away. The emperor waved his hand. Yes. 2 middle-aged men stood up and supported Dong Cha, who was paralyzed on the ground with an ashen face, then turned and strode away. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. The emperor looked at Dong Qingyuan and the others and said, "Yes." The group of people bowed and replied. Then, the emperor stood up, glanced at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, then stepped out and disappeared outside the door. Phew. Dong Qingyuan and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Dong Hanzong turned his head and looked at the 2 people in his heart. His eyes were full of pride, and he said with a smile, "Both of you, are you satisfied with this result?" The inner demon's bad temper was about to explode on the spot, but Lu Jiajin stopped him. "But don't worry, 3 days later, we will definitely go to the punishment platform as scheduled and apologize to you in public. At that time, I hope both of you can be magnanimous and forgive us." Dong Hanzong chuckled. "As long as you're happy." Lu Jiajin smiled, as if nothing had happened. Trying to use this to anger him? How could that be possible? Ha ha, Dong Hanzong laughed and ignored the 2 people. He raised his head and looked at the Moon Fairy Princess, who was standing on the platform. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, a few days ago, I found a place with great scenery. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Your Highness to go sightseeing with us." Get lost. But what he got in response was just a simple word. Dong Hanzong's smile froze. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll invite Your Highness again when she's free." After that, he turned around and left with a gloomy face. Dong Qingyuan and the 9 great commanders looked at the 2 inner demons with a sneer, then turned around and left. Their proud attitude almost made the inner demons go berserk. In the main hall. At this moment, only the inner demons, Lu Jiajin, and the Moon Fairy Princess were left. The Moon Fairy Princess walked down and asked, "Do you hate my father very much now?" "Nonsense. Can't you see with such big eyes?" The inner demons said angrily, "I'm in a bad mood now, so you better not provoke me. Otherwise, even if you're the Emperor's beloved daughter, I'll still beat you up." The Moon Fairy Princess stared at the inner demons angrily.